Hello. Good morning, everyone. Oh, sorry about the somewhat late start. I was scarfing down some food real quick. I hope everyone is doing well. I can go ahead and go over here real quick. Okay, Ami, you're all good. You say hi. Good morning.
I'm so sleepy.
I know, I have to wake you up so early. Our morning voice is a little morning right now, but that's fine. Good. You took coffee. I have my tea. My God, what if you were drinking coffee and I was drinking tea and we kissed?
I was about to be like, and we're both boys.
I will be for you.
Whoa.
Alright. Let me get this game loaded up and shared to you. Where's our Discord? Me too. Alright, there we are. Can you see my love? Yeah.
I can see.
Can you see? Can you hear?
Yes. It's a little quiet on my end, but I don't know.
Okay. Because I think you can turn it up in the
That's right.
if you need to. I had the same thing with Kari recently where I was like, I think you could turn it up in Discord. And she's like, I got it. All right. Fantastic news, everybody. We think we solved the audio issue.
It wasn't something that y'all could hear.
No, it wasn't something that was going to be any issue really stream side other than sometimes my guests on Discord still being a little bit quiet and me maxing out their volumes but still being quiet. I don't know what more I can do for that. But the little echo issue that we were having is fixed. Jesus fuck. I was like, all right.
The evil is finally defeated.
The evil is defeated. Is there still, just checking, is there still an issue right now, Ami?
I don't hear an issue.
Nothing? Okay, cool. Then it should be good. It was an input issue. I think I was like doubling inputs, but specifically in Discord. Because we had other calls, we did like Zoom calls, and it was perfectly fine then. So like, okay, it's definitely a Discord issue. Then what the fuck is the problem? We fixed it. Long story short, we fixed it. Oh God, sorry. The background music has been playing over the game audio. Let me just go ahead and move it. That must have been really annoying. All right. Yes, thank you. Let me move. Oh, that's my thing here. Let me move the game capture over a little bit.
Yippee.
Yippee!
I need to get a new desk chair.
Yeah. Well, let's move this up a little bit and over to the corner.
If I'm distracted a little bit, I might be on Amazon looking for that.
And then let's just check that this is okay. All right, just preparing ahead of time. Everything is fine.
Are we gonna get to...
I don't think so. I don't think so.
Damn it.
Not 100% sure, but I don't think so.
Is it like Dramatical Murder where
Most of the stuff does happen towards the end.
Okay.
But there are, depending on the route that you go on, there are scenes. Certain scenes.
You've shown me this, this scene.
Ami, I'm gonna actually make you a little bit smaller.
But
I'm already so small. Oh, you're a big man. There we go. And I want you closer to me. Oh, I didn't put my cat ears on. Fuck.
Yes, put them on.
I forgot. Hold on. Let me put my cat ears on.
You have to be dressed accordingly.
I do.
I'm so glad I remembered to change my fugi.
You did, and I didn't. I totally forgot.
Can't be lonely in this. What the hell?
They might be huge for a second. Hold on. Oh God, I don't know how VTube Studio works.
Me neither. That's why I'm gonna be a PNG for a little bit.
Shit. I like saved them to a thing, but now I'm just like, how do I get that back? Well, okay, well, we're just gonna have to manually do it again. Hold on. I can find it. Y'all get to just enjoy the music for a second
I'm enjoying it.
as I get dressed. Actually, hold on. Instead of fussing around with it like this, let me just... Whoop! I'll be right back. There we go.
Oh, she's disappeared.
Yeah, you can't see me changing. He's still a bit low. I think also you just need to talk a little louder.
I'm sorry, I'm sleepy.
But I can turn the, how's the game audio? I might just turn the game audio down. Oh, whoops. Don't look at that.
I will talk as loud as humanly possible. I can't, I promise.
Game audio is a bit low too. Okay.
Now that I know that I can figure out and adjust the game audio and sound myself, don't worry about it. Because beforehand, when I was figuring it out, I was like, Jesus, this is so loud.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought the music was gone for a second. I was like, well,
No. It's just going into its next part. Whoops.
This music is so good.
Banging. Okay, sorry, hold on. I'm getting dressed.
I forgot to ask you about the cat ears beforehand. I should have.
It's okay. I totally forgot. I'm getting dressed. Whoa, oh, don't look at that. Okay. Whoop. There we go. I'm dressed. Okay.
Finally, dressed.
I'm dressed. All right. Game. Music. Turn this the fuck up. Yay! Much better. Okay. Game audio turned up. And then, Ami, can you say words loud and clear?
Hello, I'm me. I'm so sleepy. I got a little bit of a tummy ache. It's so early in the morning.
Okay. Good morning! Sounds good. Okay. All right.
Oh my god, I thought the game
Crash.
already. I was like, you have to be
You have to be
joking.
shitting. All right, everybody, prayers in chat that we decide to work today. I'm begging her. Please. Okay. Let me fix this here. All right.
Good morning, people coming in.
Good morning.
Let me turn
All right.
this stream down on my end.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Thank you for your prayers. I sip my tea. All right. Oh, a little recap from where we are right now. We're in the yeah, no worries. We're in the forest where Asato is. So we just met him after meeting Rai just a little bit before. And we're heading to his home, or at least where he was secluded, because Asato has similar black markings to Konoe. So we're gonna go and learn a little bit about what these black markings are that showed up on Konoe's hands after he had a series of dreams. So he's leading us to the village right now.
Titi, can I tell you something?
Yeah.
I haven't been able to stop thinking about Rai.
Good. Oh shit. Speaking of Rai.
Able to stop thinking about him.
Speaking of Rai, let me pull up the walkthrough. Just to make sure we are ready there. Hello, Rai. Okay.
The thick plottins.
The thick plottins. The plottin' thicks. All right. Towards the village, he assumed. The black figure threatened to disappear into darkness, so Konoe hurried after him. After they walked a while, the fog seemed to clear. They had arrived at the village of Kira. Konoe thought how he'd been lost just a little while ago. No, it was simply because he was with this Kirin. Even though the fog cleared, the heaviness of the air didn't change. Like the Yukoku Valley, the village of Kira was covered in darkness. So we got a little map now.
I like that we have a map.
That's where we are. You see that? That right there. That's where we are. We traveled so far. Since that little circle is our home. We also fell off a cliff, and so that's why we're here now.
What is that area in the middle? Are we gonna go there?
Maybe.
Okay.
All the cats' houses were built on top of trees. Their exteriors were rustic. There were absolutely no decorations. It was a much drearier place than Kato. If Kato was green, then he'd say Kira's color was gray. It had barbarous air to it. Oh my god, Barbarities? Love that manga.
Oh. I was thinking of the movie Barbarian, and I was like, I hated that fucking movie.
All of the village cats who watched them just narrowed their eyes and showed caution. Threatening growls rumbled in their chests. It was hard to tell clearly, but there seemed to be numerous cats with black ears, tail, and markings.
It's like an outcast village.
Mm-hmm. The cat who led him here now walked straight through the village. In the middle of the village was a big dead tree. Built on top of it was a hut noticeably larger than the other houses. Leading up to it were wooden stairs. There he is.
Oh, his sprite is so cute.
Isn't he cute? That's right. I forgot we shared that his JP voice actor is Shinso.
Oh, oh no.
Bad time for you.
Yeah, because I think that means he's also Gaku from Idol.
He is
7.
also Gaku, yes.
Oh god. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Positive uh-ohs and bad times for me. Both Gaku and Shinso are two of my favorite characters.
Wait a moment. The black cat headed up the stairs and entered the hut, then came back out a while later. Oh yeah, showing us. He's mewing right now. Oh my god.
What does that mean? Like genuinely, what does
do,
it mean?
do you not know?
No, I don't know what it means.
So mewing is like, I can't believe I'm talking about this. I guess it's fine.
I don't. Too many people. There's too many memes. I literally feel so aged.
It's really.
So many memes come out, and I'm like, what the fuck does this mean?
It's really nothing like. It's supposed to be originally supposed to be like an exercise to strengthen your jaw and to like to get rid of like your neck fat, and so to have a stronger jawline.
Okay.
So mewing is like, it's so hard to describe without showing you, but you have to like it's like this certain like movement you do with your lips and like your jaw and mouth to like try to exercise that and make your jaw stronger. So it's just people trying to have like a strong jawline.
I don't like that it's called mewing.
I don't know why it's called that though. I have no idea.
Okay. Sometimes I'm like, sometimes I'm like, oh no, being at the church doesn't, you know, hide me away that much from everything else going on. And then somebody tells me a meme, and I'm like, what the fuck
are you
mean?
talking about?
Like, what's the meme of that girl like making the spit sound? I don't understand why it's so popular. It really makes me feel like an ancient person.
I could not tell you about that.
It's so annoying.
And I don't like it either. Unfortunately, I have to learn about all of humanity's mannerisms.
Well, sometimes this is why I pray, you know?
This is why I pray. The black cat headed up the steps and entered the hut, then came back out a while later. From atop the tree, he signaled to Konoe with his eyes. Konoe went up the stairs to enter the hut. The interior of the hut was a lot more spacious than he'd thought. But there was nothing valuable in the dim hut, only a few storage pots and some time-worn shelves. An old cat stood in the center of the hut, and a younger cat waited behind him. Konoe was surprised when he saw the young cat. I forgot about her! Oh my god!
Oh my god. Am I allowed to say that she's hot?
She's beautiful. I love her.
She's so pretty.
I forgot about her. Oh my god.
This outfit
Slay.
is so cunty.
It is. So much. The cat was female. Her white ears and tail stood out well against her brown skin. The female cat glared at Konoe with big eyes as if to expel his gaze. The old cat sat down. His body was large. A deep crease ran down the middle of his forehead. Even though he was old, the sharp glint in his eyes quietly seized Konoe. His ears and tail weren't black, but marks firmly stood out on his skin. The old cat said to the black cat Konoe had followed here. His tone felt more severe than necessary.
He's so cute.
The cat did as he was told and silently left the hut. Well then. The elderly cat looked back to Konoe. His tail swung greatly and noisily beat against the floor like a powerful whip. I feel like he does a good enough voice. I don't know if I could do... My old man voice is not as like severe. It's more like whimsical.
Oh, did you want me to read?
Yeah, you can read this.
Are you Kira's chieftain?
Indeed. As the Kirin elder brazenly looked Konoe up and down. Listen to what I tell you.
To be frank, we don't allow outsiders into this village. However, those black ears, that tail, those markings.
The elder's gaze stopped at Konoe's arms. Because the gauntlet was torn, his black markings were exposed. Sounds a little bit like Dio's voice actor. Just a little bit.
Have you always had those?
No.
And you're saying they just suddenly appeared one day?
Yes, I heard a rumor about you all. I searched for this village thinking that you might know more about this.
Oh. The chief snorted and approached Konoe, taking hold of his arm, his palms dry and rough.
Black ears, a black tail, and black markings. Signs of the legendary curse. There are certainly people of Kira who would fit that description. All the world may say so, but we only honor our traditions. For instance,
Kira's elder stuck out his own arm and rubbed the mark on his skin. The mark faded and warped a bit. Oh, so they're not real.
This is no birthmark. Instead, it is the proof that we are people of Kira. They are merely marks drawn on our bodies with a blend of molasses and water. Many cats with black ears and tails come from Kirin lineage. We adhere to protecting our pure bloodlines. But as for yours...
The chief looked into Konoe's eyes, and Konoe suddenly felt powerless. Damn, no help here.
Yeah. So, are like cats who are like black cats, are they rare? Or is it just because it's the black ears paired with the markings and everything?
Yeah, most cats, most black cats hail from this lineage. But they're also, I believe they're also ostracized from if a black cat ends up elsewhere. They're typically ostracized from that area because of the legend, because people believe they're cursed. Which is very, you know...
Stop the black cat!
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Which is like the same in real life where it's like black cats are considered bad luck. But because of this legend, yeah, they're usually secluded. But most of them come from, if not all, come from a Kirin lineage.
Okay. I see.
But he's explaining that these markings and stuff like that are tradition and not magically appeared like they have on Konoe's body.
I see. Okay.
The expectant hope Konoe had been feeling was crushed when he heard that.
Where do you come from?
Karo.
おお、カローか。村を出てきたのか。Oh, Kado, you left your village?
ああ。もう戻れない。
Yes. I can never return.
Not with a body like this.
だろうな。I can imagine. The elder sighed and cast his gaze towards the window. He seemed to be pondering something. Hello, Miss Lady. The attending female cat behind the elder stared intensely at Konoe. She seemed strong-willed. You came here for nothing, huh? While he stared out the window, the elder suddenly opened his mouth.
Yeah. 話を聞けただけでもよかった。
No, it's fine. I just came to hear your story.
He wouldn't be surprised if they chased him out or killed him. Though he knew their states were different, the kid and elder seemed distracted by something else. Konoe began to wonder if the rumors he heard in Kato about them being savages were lies. The elder turned around and silently looked at Konoe, then shook his head.
Well, okay, that's not very fair to say that they're savages when they literally sacrifice and eat their own people.
Yeah, 100%.
That's such a double standard.
Yeah, but you know, legends get passed down and nobody goes to this village unless you're like, it's ancestral for you. So rumors fly. But yeah, absolutely. It's just like, that's fucked up.
That's kind of hypocritical.
It's like, all right, you bunch of fucking cannibals. Sure.
Right.
Sure.
I don't intend to accommodate strangers, but I understand how you feel. There was a time when the surrounding opposition would bear their fangs at us too. It'll be a harsh life with that body, perhaps even more than it is for us. Mm-hmm. Especially if this wasn't by your own choice. It was even more painful when the others don't understand.
His little ears went back.
Airplane ears.
Airplane ears. Yeah. Konoe grit his teeth and clenched his fist, his claws cutting into his palm. He didn't need to be here any longer. Konoe turned on his heels and started to walk towards the door.
Do you have a place to stay? I know of a strapping boy who will take you in.
I know of a place.
I know of a place you may be able to go. He froze when the elder's voice suddenly called out.
Yeah.
No.
I don't mind if you stay in the village until the moon of light rises.
Huh?
Konoe involuntarily turned around. The attending female cat's face suddenly stiffened. You must be exhausted. You should rest. Elder, please wait. Be quiet, Kagari. The female cat, Kagari, controlled herself and reluctantly shut her mouth. The chieftain watched Kagari and continued. He's used to it.
He's just like, I just want a bed, please.
I just want a little bit. I just want to curl up. You can just let me curl up on the floor.
Yeah, I just want a place to lay down.
No matter the circumstances, an outsider is an outsider. Our people will probably not welcome you. But if you are all right with that...
The chief's tone was stern, but he probably understood that Konoe had no other place to rest. Konoe stood there in silence, straightened by his confusion. His tail shook from left to right several times. He's happy. Or anxious. Both can be true. He was honestly thankful for the offer. But as the elder said, the cats of Kira wouldn't welcome him. Kagari, who was trying to hide her dissatisfaction, stared at the profile of the elder. Aside from that, he had one more concern. That was sacrifices. Kiddo's lack of food supply was probably no different from Kato or other villages.
He's probably gonna say that, and they're gonna be like,
Huh?
"What?"
Yeah.
They'll be like, They did what?"
This meant that outsiders could be suitable prey. They could eat him without any qualms.
Is there something else you want to ask?
Are you gonna eat me?
The elder narrowed his eyes as he looked at Konoe.
キラでは煮えの制度はあるのか
Is there a system of sacrifice in Kira?
Sacrifice? Ah. The elder furrowed his brow in open disgust.
Yeah, exactly. He's like, what the hell?
Hell yeah.
同族を食らうなどもってのほか。そもそも主の体を食らいたいなどという強者はそうはいないと思うが。
We take pride in the Kirin bloodlines. Even if we should starve, we would never eat one of our own tribe. And to be frank, I don't think there is a single soul here who would risk eating your body.
Also that's it.
Yeah.
Because they'll be like, see? That's what I said. I like this place. Because that's literally what I
Great
said
place.
earlier.
Yeah.
I was like, why would you... Yeah.
I'm going to take a little chance and save check. Remember in chat, if you're around and able to remind me to save every now and then if it's been a while.
I'll try as well.
Yeah, thank you. Just in case we crash. That much was so. It was said in Kato that those who ate a cursed cat became cursed themselves.
Exactly!
Yeah, you were talking about that.
I'm so smart.
You did good. Mama. Kiddo's families took pride in their blood. At least they seemed more practical than Kato. Yippee!
Call Asato.
The elder ordered the attending female cat. The female cat seemed to try to hide her confusion. However, she immediately left the hut. After a few minutes, the hut doors opened. Hi. The black cat that led Konoe into the village came in. The elder beckoned to him. The black cat stepped forward expressionless. Hi, baby. Oh my god, hey. Hi.
He's so cute.
This is Asato. He'll watch over you until dawn.
The cat called Asato looked at Konoe. The eyes that watched him were dark blue, like the night sky at dusk. He was probably a year or two older than Konoe. But Konoe felt an immature air about him, as if he were a child still developing. He noticed the elder watching Asato closely. His eyes shone with an aversive light, as if he were watching something disgusting. He hadn't looked at Konoe like that. He thought that maybe something had happened. Huh?
I'm going to step away. You
Mhm.
continue. Don't wait up for me. I'm
Okay.
gonna step away for just a second.
No worries, I got you. As ordered by the elder, Asato led Konoe off to the hut. Out of the hut, sorry. Konoe felt the other cats watching with hatred and curiosity as they passed, but it seemed like those gazes were cast not just at him, but also at Asato. Oh goodness. He looked at the back and black tail. The back and black tail walking. Yes. Okay. It took me a second to understand what I was saying. He looked at the back and black tail walking in front of him.
Asato didn't seem concerned and only walked in silence. There was conflict between the cats of any village. It was that way in Kato too, of course. Konoe wasn't one to be too worried about it, but for some reason it made him uneasy. Welcome to my home. Asato's home was on the outskirts of the village. It was the same as the others, a simple house made of wood and stone. When Konoe entered it, his impression didn't change. When Asato entered the house, he immediately picked up something like a twig from a shelf, an ignition branch, a branch with crushed ore powder on its tip. When Asato struck the ignition branch against the wall, its tip caught fire. He put the flame into a lamp hanging beside the door. Let's get a little light in here. An orange light spread through the room. Konoe, oh yeah, that's right, he does hate fire. Konoe, who hated fire, avoided the lamp and moved to the opposite wall. Since it was their first time meeting, he couldn't just ask him to put out the fire simply because he didn't like it. Asato sat against the wall. He gestured a hand in front of him when he saw Konoe still standing. He was probably gesturing for him to sit. Konoe took off his drawstring bag, which he carried on his back, and sat down where Asato indicated. He tried to casually look around. Further off, there was a bed, a storage pot, and a barrel for water. Besides that, there wasn't really anything at all. Asato looked away and sat cross-legged, sometimes twitching the tip of his tail. Neither of them spoke. Konoe glanced at him. He couldn't read any emotions from his expressionless face. Before they entered Kira, Asato had been filled with a murderous intent. His intense gaze was branded into Konoe's mind. But the way he looked now made him seem like an entirely different cat altogether. The awkward silence continued for some time, but his companion didn't say anything. Actually, he seemed a little nervous. Konoe removed his shoes from his weary feet and stretched them out, his lips parted slightly in a sigh. He removed his remaining gauntlet and began to groom. After being immersed in his grooming for a while, he suddenly felt a stare. Asato was watching him closely. Hmm? Am I doing something wrong? He also stared back, then started to feel like he had done something wrong. Konoe had asked his question out of reflex. Asato looked puzzled. What? Grooming. Huh? Oh, no. Asato averted his eyes as if he'd panicked just a little. He's so cute. His tail, thinner than Konoe's tail, beat against the floor restlessly. What? Asato watched Konoe out of the corner of his eyes, but immediately looked away again, then muttered in a soft voice. I'm hungry. Huh? him slowly edging out of frame. So cute. Are you hungry? The sudden question surprised Konoe, but now that he mentioned it, he remembered his hunger.
I like that he's just like...
He's speaking! Hello?
He's so cute.
Hello? So cute. He felt like eating.
A little.
Oh, he's back. When Konoe answered, Asato stood up and walked toward the pot. He pulled some food out from inside and returned. Did it? Here. He had several dried fruits. Food. There were also kuims mixed in.
Is it okay?
Asato nodded, then looked away.
He's shy.
He's shy. Konoe thought he was kind of weird. He got a completely different... Look at Konoe's face.
Was he so nice?
He got a completely different impression from him now than he did when they fought a little while ago. At first glance, Asato was expressionless, but he didn't seem like a cold person. He was kind of awkward? Perhaps he didn't like interacting with others.
He probably doesn't know how.
He doesn't know.
Help you.
Help him.
Konoe reached out a hand to grab a dried cream and tossed it in his mouth. The strong, sour sweetness spread through his mouth, and for some reason, he felt relief sink into the pit of his gut. Finally feeling he could relax, a soft sigh leaked from his lips.
Is it good?
Konoe nodded honestly to Asato, who had asked him hesitantly.
Cute.
Look at how cute. Oh my god, I love him. He is very sweet. I love Asato. Sorry, we're going down the bitches route first. Rai's a little bit of a bitch, but I love him. I love him so much. I see.
I like when they're sweet, and I like when they're a little bit of a bitch.
Asato finally looked straight at Konoe, and his mouth relaxed as if he were relieved. When he smiled, he looked like a child, Konoe thought. While Konoe ate, Asato stood up and returned to offer him water from a small cup.
You can drink this too.
Sorry.
That's alright.
Again, there was silence. But it wasn't tense. Like the swaying flame of the lamp, it was a soft silence. After he ate 3 more fruits or so and drank some water, Konoe quietly looked up at Asato.
What about you? Aren't you going to eat?
I'm fine.
The faint light illuminated his jawline. As the flame shook, the pupils of his dark blue eyes relaxed into wide circles. Looking up at Konoe from time to time, Asato seemed more like a cornered animal than a cat.
He's nervous.
He's nervous. His eyes were unexpectedly gentle. Hee. The glaring eyes from their first encounter now seemed imagined. That reminded him. Asato must have noticed that the symptoms Konoe was afflicted with were different from the states of the Kirin cats. Plus, the elder practically forced him to take care of Konoe. This must be unpleasant for him.
It's troublesome, isn't it?
What is?
At the return question, Konoe kept quiet. Konoe hadn't meant to ask, but he carelessly spoke anyway. He didn't like talking about these things, asking his companions how they felt about him. As Asato thought, time seemed to stand still. Konoe couldn't stand it. He wanted to beat his head against the wall, but he held back. Getting neither an affirmative nor a negative, he just didn't know how to handle these sorts of situations. If his companion really hated it, he'd feel like a burden and would feel awkward asking someone to take care of him. He'd rather sleep outside. Asato watched Konoe, not understanding what he meant. Konoe gradually became embarrassed and turned his face away, putting the cup of water aside. He opened his mouth boldly.
The elder ordered you to watch over me. If you actually hate it, thought I'd apologize.
His voice trailed off. Oh. Asuto answered vaguely. It neither confirmed nor denied what he said. Left feeling uneasy, Konoe's tail involuntarily stood stiffly. Asuto suddenly met his eyes, peering closely at Konoe. Konoe lowered his gaze because he was being stared at.
Oh, that's so sweet.
Your eyes are beautiful,
What?
he answered reflexively. What did he say all of a sudden? This came out of nowhere, and he didn't understand what Asuto meant.
He said you have pretty eyes. Not really. It's a common color. You can find it anywhere.
Make sure you talk a little closer to the mic.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's okay.
Sorry.
If you're gonna talk low, just move a little closer.
Not really.
Oh,
It's
sorry.
a common color. You can find it almost anywhere.
No. Asuto shook his head lightly and then looked at Konoe from the corner of his eye. Oh. It's not the color. Your eyes when we fought, they were powerful. When they fought, he was talking about when they first met. He was just desperately trying not to succumb to Asuto's bloodthirst. And your fur too. And you have a crooked tail. Pointing it out made Konoe feel his anger boil. He felt like Asuto was pointing it out just to embarrass him. A crooked tail was by no means attractive.
Well, sorry for having a crooked tail.
At that blunt answer, Asuto's ears stood straight.
Get out of the way, Rye! Get out of the way, Rye!
Move, bitch!
Move!
No, I think it's pretty. Konoe didn't really know what Asuto meant. Considering it, he looked at his own tail. Konoe tried to wiggle its tip. It was just an ordinary tail, nothing special about it. Instead, it looked scruffy from his tumble earlier. Compared to his, Konoe looked down to Asuto's tail. Even though they were the same jet black, he thought Asuto's was more beautiful. Since the fur was shorter than Konoe's, it had a shiny surface and was glossy. That's why I think he's more along the lines of like a jaguar. Or no, sorry, panther. I keep getting the two confused.
Panthers have, like, curved ears, do they not?
Do they have rounded? Oh, I think they do have a little more rounded ears.
They have rounded ears.
I think you're right. So he might just be a standard black cat. But it's fun to imagine him as a panther. Oh!
Yours is prettier.
Huh? Asuto looked at Konoe with wide eyes. Konoe had only said what he honestly felt, but when he saw Asuto making a face like that, he felt like he'd done something wrong. Konoe hung his head with a sour look. This is like how every fanfic starts.
It is.
It's like we have to make them fall in love. How?
We have to make them awkward.
Yeah. He felt like everything he did and said was strange. That was the first time. A low mutter broke the awkward silence. Not everyone said that to me.
Look at his sad face.
He's sad! Konoe reflexively lifted his face. Asuto's face became awkwardly stiff. Just like a scolded child who had done something bad. But he didn't look like it was much of a bad thing, though. Maybe he was just embarrassed? Awkward words. Awkward behavior. Even though he had those frightening eyes when he swung his knife.
変なやつだな。
You're a weird guy.
Konoe muttered without thinking. Asuto blinked a few times as if he were caught off guard.
変なのかでもお前も変だ絶対変だ
Zettai henda. I'm weird. But you're weird too. Really, really weird.
Angry.
Angry. Konoe was a little offended by what he said.
お前は俺よりずっと変だろ。
You're much weirder than me.
そうなのか
Really?
そうだよ。
そうか
I see.
Much. Much.
Machi.
嘘だよ。
I'm just kidding.
He answered back. Asuto's responses were far too honest. It was a little bit funny.
He's got autistic riz.
He does. It's true.
He's got socially awkward autistic riz.
He does.
And it's working so
And it's
much
working
on me.
so well. He seemed just like a kid, even though his body was big. Yeah, it is. When Konoe laughed softly, the air around Asuto softened slightly.
お前名前はなんて言うんだ
Your name. What should I call you?
この絵。
Oh no.
この絵
Konoe. As if he had given him a delicious candy, Asuto mouthed Konoe's name to himself several times. Konoe felt strangely tickled.
この絵
Konoe. Asuto suddenly held out his hand.
直してやる
I can fix it.
何を
Fix what?
腕のそれ切ってしまったから俺が
A thing for your arm, since I tore it. Konoe realized he was talking about his gauntlet. After removing it from his bag, he handed it to Asuto.
できるのか
You can fix it?
できる
I can. Asuto held the cloth in his mouth and got up, retrieved something from a shelf and returned. He wound a thread tightly around a thin, sharpened stone and began to sew the torn part of the gauntlet. Konoe watched him in amazement at the unexpected delicate way his bony brown fingers moved.
I like how it moves.
The little shake. He's sewing.
Sewing is a full body experience.
It is. It's true.
すごいな。
Amazing.
He muttered in admiration, and Asuto lowered his eyes as if he were a little embarrassed.
He's so cutie.
He's so cute. After that, he made an apologetic face.
あの時は悪かった
I'm sorry about back then.
侵入者は排除するように言われているだからそれで
He's a good boy. He was just following orders. I was told to get rid of the intruder, so that's why. Instantly remembering, Konoe shook his head at the thought.
ああ、わかってる。気にしてない。
I understand. Don't worry about it.
そうかよかった
I see. That's good. Asuto's voice was tinged with relief. The tear on the gauntlet was mended quickly, and it was returned to its former state. He gave it back to Konoe.
助かった。
Thanks.
いや
It's nothing. As he put on his gauntlet, he sensed a gaze on him. Asuto was staring at the marks on his arm.
聞かないのか。
You're not going to ask?
何を
That's what?
この体のこと。
About this body?
Asuto averted his eyes and looked puzzled, but nodded slightly.
話したくなければ聞かない
Oh!
Me too, buddy.
教えてくれ
If you don't want to talk about it, I won't ask. If you want to talk about it, tell me. Asato's awkward concern made Konoe feel like his impression of him was steadily changing. In some ways, they were similar, he thought. Probably because of his relief, he couldn't hold back a yawn. Oh god, it's gonna make me yawn.
Okay, we're not gonna start this because then you're gonna make me yawn.
And then I'm gonna make all of chat yawn. Remembering his fatigue, he tried to curl up.
少し眠るといい。寝床を使え。
It's okay if you sleep a little. Use the bed.
あんたは
What about you?
俺はどこでもいい。
So is Konoe. I'm fine anywhere. Asta slowly got up, then showed Konoe the bed. Oh my god, so quick.
My lord.
Whoa. Konoe hesitated for a moment, but he couldn't bring himself to decline such a gesture of precious goodwill, and he followed obediently. Asta sat down on the ground and rolled onto his back. Konoe took off his coat and carelessly put it somewhere before crawling under the blanket. It felt nice, but it smelled different from his own bed. Not much time has passed since he left Kado. Still, it felt like it had been ages since he slept in a warm bed. He realized he was happy with just that much. While purring faintly,
Aww.
Konoe started to nod off into a shallow sleep. I think very faintly you can hear purring.
I can't.
Yeah, it was there for a bit. Half asleep, he heard a muffled voice from beyond his blanket.
お前のことは嫌じゃない。
Get out of the way, Rai.
I don't hate you. Not at all. Because of his sleepiness, he couldn't hear it clearly, but he wagged his tail in response. Then he fell into a more peaceful sleep than he had had in a while. I'm gonna actually hold on for. I'm gonna move this down just a little bit. There we go.
Oh no. The thought.
Haunting text.
Yeah.
At that time, they were unaware of what was happening in Kira. Kill him. Kill him. They heard voices. Kill him. Kill him. The voices descended on all the cats of Kira, whispering softly in their ears. You saw him. Those were the signs of the curse.
Your turn.
Can we just let him run loose? Shouldn't we run him out of the village?
He's no good. He's probably up to something.
That guy. Makey?
Makey. Mm-hmm.
That guy, what if he's a Makey cat?
If we let him go, it'll be the end of us.
It began to trigger their destructive emotions.
They wouldn't forgive the stranger. It was crucial if they wanted to protect the pride of the Kira village.
They had to expel him now.
Obliterate into darkness anything that threatened Kira. Anyone who threatened Kira. No matter who, no matter how many. Get rid of them. Kill him. Kill him. Expel him. The whispers stirred the hearts of the cats in Kira. Red flames rose inside their chests. The voice rose there as well. Their pupils narrowed and deep growls escaped from their throats. A shadowy figure stood in the center of the fog-shroud village of Kira. The shadow was clad in flames. Black heat waves bordered in red swayed and rose into the air.
The shadow's crimson hair billowed, and he smiled in amusement.
I know that one.
His slightly parted lips spun the words,
Expel him.
コロエ Konoe.
Konoe, wake up. Konoe.
Hearing someone call his name roused Konoe from his sleep. Through his blurred vision, he saw Asato's face. He slowly raised his body using his elbows. Coming out of an extremely deep sleep, his mind was in a daze.
Nigeru.
Run.
逃げる
Run.
He was surprised to hear something like that so suddenly, but Asato's face was completely serious.
いいから早くしろ。
Hurry.
Suddenly, his ears picked up on the sound of something rustling outside Asato's home. Konoe tried to listen carefully. There appeared to be several cats surrounding them.
何が起きてる
What's going on?
説明している暇もない。
No time to explain.
Konoe crawled out from under the blanket and stood up to dress, then slung his bag over his shoulder. Asato seemed to be ready to go. Konoe grasped the doorknob. The breast caught, and he threw the door open. The base of his tail shivered and stood on end.
Ooh, this music.
It was dark outside, and several cats stood there, shrouded in the darkness. They had Asato's home surrounded. Konoe felt their terrible bloodthirst.
Kill him. Kill him.
Your turn.
Kill him. Kill the outside.
Their curses were directed at Konoe. He regarded the cats before him in disbelief. They certainly had not welcomed him, but he didn't think they would turn on him like this. Perhaps they had learned about his detestable body during the night. After all, he didn't look normal.
No, come on, man.
Kill him. He's a spy. A Maggie cat.
The elder stepped out into the lead and pointed at Konoe as he yelled in a loud voice. When Konoe saw the elder, he was shocked into speechlessness. Why did the chieftain think that? Had it been a trap? It couldn't be true. He never thought that there were false words exchanged between them. Confused, Konoe looked up at Asato. Asato stared intently at the kid and cats with a solemn face.
何が起こってるんだ
What's going on?
わからない。
I don't know.
Asato slowly shook his head. In the meantime, the cats of Kira raised their voices and growled, seemingly ready to pounce at any moment.
Asato, kill him. If you want to consider yourself a cat of Kira, you'll kill him. That's right.
Don't be mean to him.
Why don't you make yourself useful for once?
Asato? Konoe couldn't believe what he was hearing. At the same time, the kid and cats turned their bloodthirst from Konoe to Asato. Asato's face stiffened and he merely looked straight ahead. All the while, a black flame smoldered in the eyes of the kid and cats. It was coming. Konoe could feel it instinctively. He couldn't control it. His heart began to beat profusely. His bad premonition became worse. For an instant, a serpent flashed through his mind. A red snake. He felt something wriggle in the depths of his stomach.
このままじゃ追い詰められる。走るぞ。
At this rate, they'll corner you. Run.
Konoe nodded at Asato's words. He wanted to get away right now.
コノエは右へ逃げろ。
Konoe, escape to the right.
お前は
What about you?
話している暇はない。いいから早く。
No time to talk. Just go. Hurry.
Well, since we're not going down his route,
Oh, good.
We have to escape.
But I love him.
I know, I love him too. Clicking his tongue, Konoe immediately ran towards his right. He didn't know what was going on, but he didn't want to let Asato's efforts go to waste. He could feel them chasing after him. He had to escape. He thought this fervently as he weaved through the night, slipping past the area dotted with houses. As if to tear through even his thoughts, one cat caught up with Konoe and slashed at him with his sword. Konoe pulled out his sword and immediately parried the blow, then retaliated. The cat staggered, then bared his fangs and lashed out at Konoe with the opposite hand. Sharp claws grazed Konoe's cheek. Thump. His heart beat harshly. It was coming, just as he thought. His emotional empathy. A sharp pain ran through his body. There was a weight on his chest as he tried to control his emotions. He clenched his teeth. Oh! We gotta save here too. Okay. We have to, for Rise Route. Understand all escape. Feels strangely pleasant. Because Rise a little monster. His mixed emotions swirled inside him enough to make him nauseous. Whenever the emotions clashed, it was like billowing waves filling him with hatred, hatred, hatred. This feeling was completely different from what he felt with the bandits. It ran deep inside him, like a profoundly muddy stream. It continued to crush his heart. Nevertheless, he couldn't stop. Konoe couldn't compare to the kid and cats in build or fighting style. The other cats sped up and caught up with Konoe, their attacks accelerating to overtake him. I'm so itchy. The other cats sped up and caught up with Konoe. Oh, whoops. One kicked off the ground and leapt at Konoe, swinging a large sword at him at full force. Konoe brandished his own sword and held it over his head to block the airborne attack. In a split second, the sharp tip of a thin sword was thrust out to his side. Konoe evaded by jumping to the side, then kicked his feet and pushed forward. Right in front of his nose was the cat who had struck him just a moment ago. He lunged forward and met sword with sword. In a split second, he growled threateningly and thrust his left arm out towards the cat's face. A scream rent the air. Yeah, get him. Konoe dug his claws into the cat's face, then moved his hand to his windpipe. Red oozed from the gaps between his fingers where he clawed at the skin. He could feel the cat's hot pulse against the palm of his hand. But Konoe had no intention of killing him. There was no time. I love that he's like, I'm not gonna kill you because I don't have time for it.
He's like, I don't have time. I gotta go.
I gotta go. Konoe released his throat. The thick blood sticking to his hand shone in the edge of his vision. But save remind. I just saved recently. Thank you. It was enough from our choices. A ferocious impulse filled him. A growl escaped from his lips. At that moment, if he'd lost the strength in his body, he fell to his knees as pain raged through him. Sweat trickled from his temple down his cheeks and drifted off his chin. Konoe didn't know if the grinding sound he heard was his teeth clenching or a headache. The kid and cats were strong. Without caring about his own appearance, Konoe lifted his sword, bared his fangs, and ran off. Shaking off the cats pursuing him, Konoe ran from Kira as if tearing through the darkness. His feet felt slow. He stepped harder on the mud, aiming for the cliffs. He recklessly ran on. Dragging his tail, Konoe climbed up where the slopes were less steep. He pushed hard with his legs and desperately kicked off, never looking back. He climbed back up again. He finally made it up the cliffs and began to run a bit further. but suddenly his body relaxed. Like a toy that had lost its screws, he abruptly fell to the ground. He felt leaves and twigs against his cheek, and he smelled the earth. His lungs felt like they were crushed, and Konoe took painful, labored breaths. He no longer saw the fog. The numbness made him fail to notice that the empathic pain was relieved considerably, and he didn't feel the presence of any pursuers either. He raised his head and looked around. Back at the tree. I will thank you for the reminder, though. I will save after that whole segment. Just in case.
We never know.
You never know.
Lamento is a fickle mistress. Hold on, I gotta fix my headphones. Ugh. And also big stretch.
Big stretchy.
Big stretch. Oh. Whew. Okay.
He was in the forest. He'd made it back. Konoe slowly took in deep breaths. Shaky, shaky, shaky. Gritting his teeth, Konoe staggered into the depths of the forest. Oh, he found a giant tree root where he could hide and drop there, curling into a ball. As he did so, he was sucked into unconsciousness. No, Konoe! Don't fall asleep, Konoe!
No.
Oh, no, he's fine, he's fine.
Oh, okay.
When he came to, the sky was bright. Konoe was absurdly tired, but he began walking northward. He had to get to Dansen. Faint light poured through the gaps of the overlapping leaves. The moon of light floated in the sky, having already passed over him. There were markings on the tree trunks, but since there were so many of them, their meaning was completely lost. He couldn't tell where he was now. He was getting lost, and he would probably starve to death or be killed by monsters or bandits. He felt resigned to his fate as he walked. Suddenly, his nerves stirred and his fur stood on end. He stopped and quickly looked around. There was something here. It was trying to hide its presence, but he could feel it. A faint, killing spirit floated through the air. Konoe lowered his stance and dropped a hand to his sword. He felt like it wasn't the first time he experienced this. Who was it? His ears laid flat and his tail stood on end as he readied his sword. I like this sprite. It's really nice.
Yeah, this is one of my favorite sprites.
A gust of wind whirred past his eyes, cutting the thread of tension. Scathing light flashed overhead. Sparks flew and a numbness spread through his arm, as though his very bones were quivering.
Oh, he's back again.
Hi, baby. Close to their crossed swords was a single transparent blue eye. It was the silver-haired cat.
A shiver ran up his spine.
That momentum's power loosened and he pushed hard against his sword. The silver-haired cat was expressionless, not even twitching an eyebrow. Konoe took a step back. He wondered just where this cat's strength was coming from.
I'm not voicing that.
Okay.
I'm not good at fight noises.
Feeling like he was pushed back and overpowered, Konoe gathered all his power in his lower body and strongly repelled the sword.
Oh my god, hey!
Oh my god, this sprite is so handsome.
Look at how pretty he is.
Oh my god. He's so pretty.
And then he jumped back.
Not the string of emojis.
His shoulders heaved with his rough breathing. Konoe glared at the silver-haired cat. His arm.
Hey,
Hey, lol. His arm still felt numb. His mind wandered and his sword lowered, but the silver-haired cat remained unaffected, as though nothing had happened. His features were just as Konoe remembered, sharp with a dignified coldness to them. His piercing gaze robbed Konoe of his breath. Oh my god, me too. Oh, that's crazy. What are you doing here? Konoe felt a heavy pain in his chest. His heart began to beat strongly. It couldn't be. Was this empathy? Of this cat's emotions? Bum, bum. The pulsing resounded through his body. It was coming. Pain. As if his chest was being crushed. Nausea welled up. His head ached. Everything torturing his body came from the cat standing before him. Sweat ran from his temple to his cheek. Suddenly, the shadow of a snake flashed across his mind. He felt something wriggle into the depths of his stomach. The silver-haired cat slowly raised his sword. Konoe could read no emotions from his face, but flowing out of him were waves of intense fighting spirit, rage, and the urge to kill. And then, a pulse of strange feelings of enjoyment. He enjoyed this? Fighting? But
he's a freak.
yeah, because he's a freak. But no matter how much he looked, he could read nothing from the silver-haired cat. Oh! Yes. We must feel...
How do we feel?
Let's see. I understand I'll escape. Feel strangely pleasant. Succumb to it.
Where's your rage?
Where's your rage? Strong sense of strange. Become full of sadness. Actually, hold on. Let me double check because it's kind of... So it says it feels strangely pleasant. And there's like strange joy. And then this is rather pleasant. So I'm a little confused. I think regardless, we'll have enough points with him, but I really don't want to risk going all the way down and then having it be wrong.
And then we lose.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna double check with another tab. Sorry, everyone, give me 1 second.
It's okay. I get to listen to this banger music. And
Banger soundtrack.
I get to look at Rye.
Okay. Okay. A strong sense of strange joy.
Okay.
Strong sense of strange. Okay, got it. Fantastic. Oh, no. The walkthrough I had was right. It was just there was another option in between, but it only appears if you chose another thingy. It gives you like a second option to leave Asato.
Okay.
I see. So no. So we were right. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. They knew what they were doing. Okay. Strong sense of strange joy. Got it. It greatly aggravated him, this flux of emotions. It was unpleasant. It stirred Konoe's anger through his empathy. Not to mention the strange feeling of joy. The joy was more unpleasant than the anger. His vision blurred. It was like the pain was singeing his nerves. The still, silver-haired cat's shadow swayed. He moved. An ear-piercing sound echoed, then vanished into the trees. An eerie silence followed. They fought sword to sword.
I thought he just like smacked him.
He just laughed.
And just like ran off.
He just gave him a little tap and he was like, whoa!
He was like, goodbye.
The sword pushed against Konoe's had a short blade. The silver-haired cat reached behind his back with his other hand and swiftly pulled out the longsword he was armed with.
'Cause he's gay.
'Cause he's gay. Damn it. Konoe recalled too late. This cat fought with 2 swords. He had forgotten while he was enduring the agony of his empathy. He lifted his long sword high above his head. Konoe's blade was still caught by the edge of the dagger. You can just take a little look at him. Oh my god, hey.
Wow.
How are you doing? That's crazy. What are you doing here?
Fighting, apparently.
Yeah. He sensed a smile, a slight smile on the other cat's lips. Yeah, get him.
Get him. Go, Konoe.
Ignoring his aching body, Konoe roared with all of his might. With a strength that he thought would split his muscles, he repelled the dagger, then twisted his upper body as he ducked. At the same time, he used his free sword to catch the incoming longsword's blow. A high-pitched sound rattled his eardrums. The silver-haired cat withdrew a step, then charged while using his dagger as a shield. New rice bright. Konoe jumped back,
That's nice.
blocking his opponent's incoming attacks in quick succession. His feet became entangled and he almost fell back. Just like he thought, his opponent was strong. His fluid movements were almost beautiful, and Konoe felt captivated. While the empathetic pain raged on, Konoe was forced to keep defending. Ooh, sorry. If he couldn't somehow gain control of the situation, he'd lose. The cat with silver hair fixed his eyes on Konoe to challenge him. His pupils narrowed into slits. Konoe evaded the blade his opponent swung by crouching down, then stepped in towards the silver-haired cat. He bared his fangs and growled threateningly, then lashed out with the claws of his other hand. His opponent moved aside to avoid the blow, but Konoe kicked the ground and jumped into the trees, kicking against their trunks to leap into the air. A sharp pain ran through his chest, but there was no time to be concerned about it. Below him was the silver cat's back. His opponent turned around immediately. Most likely, he'd counterattack. Either way, Konoe didn't know if he'd hit his mark. But he had to, or he'd only be pushed backward. It was a weak gamble. Yeah, woo, yeah, woo, yeah, woo.
Ooh, yeah, ooh.
With the moon of light on
Oh, I
his
like
back,
this.
he raised his sword high above his head. Look at that.
Look at him. Look at him go.
And you'll notice he has red eyes now.
Oh, that's true.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
Interbepsting.
Interbepsting.
I love how you say it.
Interbepsting.
His silvery white hair approached before his eyes. Just as Konoe thought he'd caught him, his shadow had already disappeared. Konoe clicked his tongue as he landed. He felt movement behind him. As soon as he turned around, he felt wind and saw a gleam of light. Oh, sorry. He heard the sharp sound of tearing fabric and heat ran up his arm. He'd been cut. Konoe fought off the silver-haired cat's sword and jumped back. He clutched his arm. It was gushing heat. Confusion and irritation disheveled his thoughts, but the silver-haired cat didn't attack any further. Oh my god, eh?
Oh my god, stop. You're such a charmer.
Stop. Oh my
Oh
god.
Oh my
Stop. That's crazy.
You mean it?
You're not bad.
The silver-haired cat opened his mouth and a dignified voice pierced through the depths of Konoe's ears. When Konoe's fur bristled, the silver-haired cat smirked slightly. Normal sprite! He sheathed his dagger at his waist and lifted his coat. On his exposed arm stood a distinct red cut. When he came close, had Konoe managed to hit him? He was so distracted he didn't even notice. The pain of empathy faded away, and Konoe felt a strange, uplifting sense of elation instead. The silver-haired cat. He'd wanted to beat him again, but he never imagined it would be like this. The silver-haired cat used his pale finger to trace his sword, catching the dripping blood and licking it off. Oh my god. Because his skin and hair were both so pale, the red of his blood and tongue left a vivid impression.
お前、どこの猫だ？名前は？
Oh my god, he sounds so good.
Why is he like ASL?
ASL. ASL, bitch, right now.
You, where are you from? What's your name?
The cat sternly fixed his eyes on Konoe. Konoe was offended by his arrogant tone.
そっちが先に名乗れ。
You give me your name first.
聞いているのは俺だ。
I'm asking you.
What's with this guy? Konoe frowned at his arrogant words.
お前、この間の猫だろ。例の一つもなしにその態度か。いい度胸だな。
My god, Sephiroth, that's crazy.
Oh my god.
You're the cat from before, right? You don't seem the least bit thankful. You got some nerve.
誰も頼んだわけじゃない。
No one asked you for your help.
よく言う。
These sprites, he is wow.
Well said.
The silver-haired
No,
cat
I'm
stuck it.
kind of getting
Mhm.
it.
You get it?
These sprites are crazy.
Yeah.
The silver-haired cat stuck his sword into the ground and smiled condescendingly at him. Konoe's stomach suddenly felt hot. Before he had admired that silver-haired figure, but now he felt stupid for even entertaining the thought.
あの時俺が入らなければ、お前はやられていた。それとも死にたかったのか。
If I didn't step in back then, you'd been done for. Or did you want to die?
He gritted his teeth. His tail swelled out thickly as he growled low in the depths of his throat. The silver-haired cat's lips curved into a thin smile of amusement.
そう熱くなるな。すぐに頭に血が昇る猫は早死にするぞ。周りが
Don't get so angry. Brush cats die young. They easily lose sight of their surroundings.
うるさい。あんた、一体何なんだ。俺になんか用でもあるのか。
Shut up. Just who are you? What do you want from me?
噛みつき癖もあるか。
Oh.
Prone to biting too, huh? What's this guy's problem?
God.
Get it.
I love him.
I get it.
Konoe knew he was.
So I'll come back later.
I'll come back later. Hold on. We got some business to take care of.
Konoe knew he was being provoked, but that didn't calm his irritation at all.
黙れ。
Shut up.
Shut up. Stop. Stop.
God. You're always like this.
You're always, he's always like this.
Oh my god.
Ignoring the wound on his arm, Konoe once again stepped towards the silver-haired cat.
I like how we were supposed to go down the regular route and then go down Rise route.
No, this is it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, this is correct.
Oh, okay.
we're,
'Cause
mm-hmm.
I'm thinking about how like you can go down regular routes in the other games.
And then you like, well, that choice with Asato was one of the, well, okay, not really, because since the beginning we've been building points up with Rai.
Oh.
So this is officially like, this is, we're here, we're on Rise route. But that moment with Asato was also one of like the final, you know, the final like, where do you want to go? But either way, we've built up too many points with Rai that it wouldn't like, if we had kind of like meandered or kind of like guessed a little bit, we may have ended up on Asato's route. But you know, we've been building points with Rai since the beginning.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, quick stretch.
Wedge.
He lunged out, but his...
Your model was spazzing out.
Yeah, my arm passed over my face. He lunged out, but his attack was easily avoided. It was clear that even though the other cat moved to take a step, it wasn't his real intention. That fanned the flames of Konoe's anger even more. In that moment, he recklessly smashed his sword into nothing. Thrusting his sword out made him lose his balance. In a split second, he tried to get back up again. He felt something knocking his feet back. He thought his body floated in the air, but before long, his shoulder hit the ground. He'd been tripped. When he tried to get up, a sharp wind passed by the side of his face. A dull sound followed. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a sword thrust into the ground.
Oh my god. Ah! Oh. That, hey, oh my god. God, this is a really good CG.
Yeah, this is the good CG. Wow, hey, LOL.
Oh,
The ground too.
this is crazy.
I'm on the ground. I'm so
What are you gonna
now.
do to me? Oh my god.
Wowie.
Wowie, wowie.
Oh my.
Alright, get it together, get it together. Get it together. You trip so easily. Didn't I just tell you? Brush cats die young.
Can I see the full thing? Can you back out? Wow, like a little angel.
Like a little angel. Look at his tiny little waist.
I know. Grabbable.
Grabbable.
Resting both hands on the hilt of the sword, the silver-haired cat looked down at Konoe.
I'll ask again. Where are you from? And what do they call you? Stubborn, huh?
I'm kicking my feet so bad right now. Why do you want to know?
That brush cats die young quote has always stuck with me for some reason. I mean,
Listen. He's just essentially saying like, goodness, you're an eager kitty. Oh my god, right.
Don't be saying that stuff.
I want to know about the cat that wounded me. It's not particularly strange to want to know that.
Do you have that much confidence in your own abilities?
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, hello.
Oh my god.
My story isn't important. I'm asking about you. Speak.
cold light dwelled in the eyes of the cat who looked at Konoe. Overwhelmed by the daunting power in them, Konoe kept silent. A strand of silver hair flowed down over the cat's shoulders, gleaming in the sunlight. Like an angel.
Oh my god.
I mean,
Uh-huh.
one there already.
Uh-huh.
Who said that?
Who said that?
Who said that? There's a ghost in here.
There's a ghost in the house.
I'm not a patient person. If you want me to open a hole in your face, keep quiet.
Konoe was seized with the impulse to lunge up and bite him. Really, what was with this guy? He just appeared suddenly and already treated him like this. It didn't make sense. He was being forced, so he didn't want to just open his mouth.
I will.
I will.
But he didn't think the silver-haired cat was joking. He really thought he'd be pierced with that sword if he didn't answer. He lifted his head, barely swallowing his pride. He'd comply. For now.
この絵カローの猫だ
He's so disgruntled.
Hold on. And the cat is Kato.
カロー
Kato.
答えただろ剣どけろ
I answered, right? So take away your sword.
The silver-haired cat gradually disappeared from his sight. Oh, you can stay there. That's fine. When he tried to raise his body on his elbows, a dull pain ran through Konoe's shoulder. It's probably from when he was knocked down. He endured the pain and checked the place where he'd been cut. Just as he thought, it wasn't very deep. It had already started to scab. Konoe let out his tension with a short, irritated sigh. He cast a sharp look to a silver-haired cat standing before him.
今度はあんたの番だ名前は
It's your turn now. What's your name?
ライ
Rai.
出身は
Hometown?
ダセツ
Setsura. Setsura. They had the bloodlines of the large-sized species. His gaze
you could be
moved-
a snow leopard then.
You'd be a little... Even though snow leopards are kind of small, they're still, I mean, definitely bigger than most cats.
I would say that they are bigger than a domesticated cat.
Yes. His gaze moved to Rai's white tail. It was a lot different from Konoe's. Large and bushy. His ears were a different shape too.
なんで突然俺の目の前に現れ
Small
た
and round.
いきなり仕掛けてきた理由は
Why did you appear in front of me all of a sudden? And why did you attack me?
うるさい猫だ質問が多いだが悠長に答えている時間はなさそうだ
You're a noisy cat, aren't you? So many questions, but I don't have time to leisurely answer them right now.
Rai's pupil narrowed instantly once he spoke. Someone was there. Who could it be?
Gasp.
Gasp. There was the sound of something running through the bushes. His ears perked up and he listened intently. Perhaps there were two of them? They were heading this way. Konoe concentrated on their presence and brandished his sword. The base of his tail stiffened, and his fur began to stand on end. The rustling in the trees and bushes grew louder. Soon there were two shadows beyond the trees. In an instant they came closer. I remember this. I remember this part. Suddenly Rai ran. He drew his dagger from its sheath and charged at the two shadows.
おい
Hey,
Konoe's voice overlapped the high-pitched sound that echoed through the empty forest. There was silence. Through the gaps between the trees, he saw Rai parrying someone's attack with his sword. The silence was torn by the sound of their clashing weapons. Rai took several big steps back, and two cats jumped out of the trees to pursue him. One had a black spotted tail, and the other had a black and brown stripes.
しなんだよクソ今度こそ取ったと思ったのによ
He sounds like Mayu from Slow Damage.
oh, a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
A little less slimy though.
A little less, yeah. Tja, what's this?
Damn, I thought we had him this time.
なかなか死なないなあんた
This is not the voice I expected out of this.
ってくれてもいいんじゃない
You want me to do it?
Oh, do you want me to?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm gonna start giving NPCs silly voices.
Okay, that's fine.
You're not dead yet. It'd be nice if you just dropped dead.
Rai scoffed at their ridiculing words. They seemed to know each other. Konoe only stared in amazement at their exchange.
悪いがそのつもりはない諦め
Sorry, but I had no intention of doing so. Give it up.
諦めろ諦めろだってんなこと言われてはいそうですかなんて言えっかよ
I will.
Give up? Yeah, me too. Give up, he says. You expect me to just say yes, sir, to that?
Yeah. はいそうですか
Yes, sir.
黙れバカ
Shut up, idiot. Tomare baka. As the two of them bickered, Rai slowly readied his sword.
その軽い口
my god. How about you shut that useless mouth of yours?
Wow.
そういう
Wow.
あんたこそいい加減消えてくんない
Oh my god.
目障りでしょうがないんだよ俺らの周りでチョコマン
They say more than 2 lines. You're like, man, fuck off.
Yeah, I'm like, oh.
I believe in you.
I know you. You're always such an eyesore. Always running around. You know how many jobs you bars you messed up by now? It really pissed me off.
That's excellent.
Thank you.
それはこっちも同じだ
Same to you.
もうちょうどいいからさここで潰すこないださ
ちょうどいい
新しいの覚えたんさ俺それで一発だよ
This is perfect timing. We'll kill you here. I learned something new. I recently learned something new, so this will be a breeze.
The black spotted cat smiled slightly as he sheathed his sword for some reason. The striped cat held his sword with both hands and crouched down low. Did he intend to fight alone? Doubt entered Konoe's mind. The black spotted cat reached into his breast pocket and pulled out a flute. He pulled it to his lips and closed his eyes.
My man is about to
Could
turn
it be?
into the fiddler on the roof.
され
Leave.
Rai spoke slowly, as if he sensed Konoe's unrest.
邪魔だ
Oh my
死
god.
ぬのが嫌なら早く消えろ
You'll get in the way. If you don't fancy dying, get out of here quickly.
あいつらもしかして
Those two. Could they be?
He could say no more than that. The striped cat attacked. Rai and Konoe both jumped back immediately. The striped cat had no concern for Konoe, so he aimed his sword to clash with Rai's. Even though Rai had told him to leave, Konoe didn't move. He didn't want it to look like he was running away again. Besides, he wanted to see how this fight played out with his own eyes. From the looks of it, Rai had the advantage. He used his dagger to skillfully counterattack, pushing the striped cat to retreat.
早くしろクソ猫尻尾ぶち抜くぞ
Hurry up, damn cat. I'll rip your tail off.
I like, he is a tiger, okay.
待ってるようるせえななかなか乗ってこねえんだよ黙ってろ
I get it! Shut up! I'm not in harmony yet, so shut up!
He's gotta be like, bro, I gotta do my scales.
Bro,
Like, I warm
bro,
up.
I gotta warm up. I gotta play hot cross buns real quick. Black spotted cat then played his flute. The sounds vibrated through the air and seemed to shake through the depths of the forest. Suddenly, the body of the speckled cat began to glow faintly. His hair and tail swayed gently as if he were floating in water. He began to play a melody on his flute, a high-pitched, fleeting tune that enveloped their surroundings. The cat... was he a sangha? This was a song. He was singing. Particles of delicate light emitted from the chest of the speckled cat and flowed towards the striped cat. The striped cat grinned.
放せんだよバカ
How does that mean?
I think that was me. Keep going, idiot! The striped cat stepped back, then charged at Rai the very next instant. He moved like a fish in water. Konoe's eyes were filled vividly with that power. Rai retaliated with his swords and an angry cry. Not even leaving time to blink, the striped cat started to thrust his sword with a frightening speed. Rai grit his teeth and parried the succession of attacks with two swords in his hands. He didn't have the opportunity to counterattack. The striped cat just kept coming. He grumbled as if this fight wasn't enough for him. The echoing sounds of the flute filled the air. The tune already had a slight note of triumph to it.
これまでと違うだろ新しい歌だ今日から力を与える歌いい感じだね
It's different from before, right? This is a new song. It grants the power of the wind to my toga. Feels good, right?
So they're having gay sex in the middle of this fight, essentially?
Well, he's essentially barding his barbarian, you know?
I know.
But yes.
song that bestowed the power of the wind? Konoe looked carefully. The striped cat's movements certainly seemed carried by the wind. It was like he was controlling it, receiving its support. Gay sex in my Lamento? Oh my
In the
god.
middle of it?
That's crazy.
Can't you put more power into your singing?
うるせえな絶好調だろうがお前の腕が悪いんだっつうのとっとと殺しちまえよ
Shut up! I'm playing perfectly! Your arms must be bad. Hurry up and kill him. As they argued, there was a chance to attack, but Rai remained on the defensive. He'd got some distance between them, but the striped cat followed as if drawn by an invisible thread.
逃がすかよ
Running away.
As Rai tried to jump into the depths of the trees, the striped cat reached out and grabbed his tail. Not his beautiful plush tail.
He's gonna be like, "Meow."
It's gonna make a trumpet noise. Rai was pulled down and both he and the striped cat fell. The two of them hissed and growled ferociously as they violently struggled with each other.
It's like when you're trying to sleep and you just hear your cats and you're just like,
And just like, oh my
going
god, these
on?
motherfuckers. Dust flew everywhere. The sound of the flute spiraled up and intensified. Heaving their swords away, they kept fighting with their claws and fangs.
the sound effects and like the description of the visuals is just making me think that right now they're like fighting in like, you know, in cartoons when there's like a dust cloud.
There's a dust.
and you-
Yeah.
And you have the people fighting in between. And that's what I'm imagining.
There's
right
like
now.
sounds of pots and pans and
Yeah, exactly.
yeah. Flecks of blood stained Rai's skin here and there. His throat shook as he stifled his moans of pain. If this kept up, Rai would probably lose. Konoe muttered, turning his eyes to the black-spotted cat. The one giving power to the Toga was that cat, the Sangha. He thought maybe if he could defeat that Sangha somehow, they stood a fighting chance. Why he even considered it, why he was so desperate was something he didn't even really understand for himself. Rai had saved his life once, so he couldn't just abandon him and leave. He aimed for the Sangha.
All you gotta do is walk up there, take his flute, and just like snap it in half.
Yeah,
and
take
they're gonna
out-
Be like, what you gonna do now?
Take out the support. Okay, Claire. With
This
his
is actually less like gay sex and more like modal sushi, which I mean,
yeah.
yeah.
Which same thing. Yeah. With his ears laying flat and his pupils narrowed to slits, Konoe leapt at the black-spotted cat. He needed to stop the song. In his mind, that was all that mattered right now. So you notice that his eyes are back to normal?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. The black-spotted cat opened his eyes wide in surprise. Konoe lashed his claws as hard as he could at the cat's face. Ooh, got him.
Oi!
Hey!
The striped cat turned around and immediately lunged at Konoe.
このバカ猫
You stupid cat. Rai barked as he sacked up. No, you're a cat. You meow.
Sometimes they can bark.
It's true. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the spotted cat leap at him. In front of him, the striped cat drew his claws. A hot shock surged through his shoulder, through his tail. But he didn't have time to feel pain. He didn't know what had happened, but he saw someone biting at him and claws lashing at what was touching his hand. Baka neko. There was a scream, but he didn't know if it was his own or the other two cats. Suddenly, a muddy stream flowed into his chest. The effect of his empathy. Emotions spread through him. They crept into the depths of his chest, as if he breathed in a whirlwind of them. He felt horribly nauseous. That hurt. He swallowed. He couldn't breathe. His view, thoughts, and consciousness split open and were buried.
Oh, good night.
Good night. Unless. While he drowned in these emotions, he suddenly felt that a light was born and rose up. Yes. white light rose inside him and overflowed. He began to hear the subtle hints of some kind of sound. A gentle melody. It flowed pleasantly. This was a song. What song was it? He remembered the poet. He released a song in light. The screams practically pounded into his ears as he returned to consciousness from amid that white space. Like a gust of wind, Rai flashed across his view. Konoe fell to the ground as his eyes followed the spectacle. While he was being overwhelmed just a little while ago, Rai was amazingly now on the attack. He was fighting both cats at once, cornering them. He thrust his sword out without an ounce of concern. The sound of the flute stopped, and the incessant clashing of swords replaced it. Had something happened to Rai? Had they crushed the opponent's Sangha? No, Konoe felt like Rai had gained strength beyond even that. He felt the expression on Rai's face had changed. Strained his eyes.
Oh my god.
He was smiling?
I love when my bitch be crazy.
I love when my bitch crazy.
I love when my bitch crazy.
Chills ran down his spine. Unable to understand the situation, Konoe tried to stand. Pain ran through many parts of his body, but strangely, it wasn't painful at all. He felt power surge from deep within. He inadvertently looked over his own body, startled. Light. Threads of thin, white light surrounded him. When he looked closely, they seemed to be drifting towards Rai.
Oh my god. This is... Look at him.
Look at him. In a daze, Konoe heard a faint song. More precisely, the song echoed from within him. He was filled with the melody and light, and his stiffened tail relaxed. Rai walked around the two cats with great dignity, as if they were linked. More light welled inside him and flowed out of his body. The song echoing in his ears intensified. This was a song of battle. The thought was sudden. No words were spoken, but suddenly lyrics began to rush through his head. He was singing. Singing with a voiceless voice.
He's just like opening his mouth and like words are coming out.
Mm-hmm. Rai's movements were undoubtedly swift. They continuously flowed one after the other. In the blink of an eye, various sounds followed them. His lack of hesitation captured Konoe's eyes, entrancing him. Finally, two high-pitched sounds seemed to stop time. The two cats lost their weapons and grit their teeth, glaring in aggravation at Rai.
Damn it.
They were together? No idea. Oh my god. I'm ending this. Rai put his dagger back in its sheath and drew his longsword.
So, I think we should leave.
Yeah. He's right. He's right behind me.
Right behind me, isn't he? Guys, you're gonna want to see this.
Stop. Run.
He's right behind me, isn't
Oh, he's a white behind me, isn't he? Alright. Save check. Oh, sorry. Give me 2 seconds. I'm gonna grab my headband because my hair keeps getting in my face.
I'm having a great time. So many cats are happening, and I love it so much. I love kitty cat. Watching her freak out on camera. Her model going nuts. Here she goes. Oh my god, she's going. Go white girl, go! Go white girl, go!
What's going on?
Your model was freaking out, and I was like, go white girl, go! Go
Yeah.
white girl, go!
Okay, that's better. God, it was itching my face so much. I get all these baby hairs that just get all up in my face.
Yeah, is it your pumpkin one?
It's my pom-pom-preen.
It's pumpkin.
So you try so hard to make sure all your hair is back, and yet it still gets all up in your face.
Yeah, it's pumpkin.
It's pom-pom-preen. This should be better, though.
The two of them suddenly turned at the same time and jumped into the grove of trees.
Wait!
Rai lowered his posture in order to jump after them. But instead, Rai stopped and turned around towards Konoe. In no time, the two cats' presences vanished.
Should you let them escape?
You.
Rai stared at Konoe. He sensed confusion flickering in his blue eye.
I heard a song. From you.
A song? I love her.
I love her.
A song. The battle song.
Sorry, I had a burp. Ugh.
That reminded him. He could no longer hear that song. The threads of light surrounding his body also faded and disappeared.
A song without words sounded in my head, and I was suddenly filled with power. It was like some kind of dormant energy had been awakened. I didn't know it had that much of an effect.
Rai narrowed his eyes as if he was trying to determine something.
You. Could you possibly be a Sangha?
Sangha? Him? Konoe couldn't immediately digest the meaning of those words, but after a little bit of thought it dawned on him. He was dumbfounded. A Sangha.
I'm a sangha?
Yeah. Perhaps you've never sung before?
Unable to think about very much, he only nodded. Rai smirked.
It's something that seems to present itself at the most valuable times. Tolga can feel it. You're a Sangha.
Konoe was speechless, unable to decipher if he felt happy or scared. He just couldn't believe it. It didn't seem real. He was a Sangha? His ears and the tip of his tail prickled and went numb.
That can't be true.
Rai muttered reflexively with a scornful scoff.
Oh gosh. The audio is doing something funky on my end.
Oh, are you okay?
It's fine. It's like skipping a little bit, kind of like a CD when it skips.
Oh no. Do you want me
I
to
think
try?
it's just no. Don't touch her because I think it's just the program.
No, I was gonna say you want me to just restart stream on Discord.
No.
Okay.
It's fine.
Okay.
You'll realize it eventually. Not using this newfound power is your loss. There are plenty of cats who want to be able to do this but can't.
Oh god, yeah, maybe you do, because now it sounds like he's a robot.
Oh no, okay. Hold on. Let me stop streaming. Turn it back on. Share screen. There you are.
Okay, let's see if this works. Use it. How? Yes, that fixed it.
Okay, thought so.
Do you remember when you were singing?
When he was singing, he remembered the two cats had pounced on him, but after that his memories were a blur. He hadn't even realized Rai was fighting them. Konoe shook his head. Rai sheathed his sword, his tail swaying from side to side.
I'm sorry, this sprite of Rai is so funny. Why is he so stanced up?
He is so stance up. And in this sprite in particular, for some reason, he looks like so much like more huge than he actually is.
Yeah, he literally is just like
Stance.
Because he looks so much more bulky.
I think I really love love how like the colors complement all of the
Yes.
characters.
Yes.
That's, like,
I love that.
my favorite thing.
Mm-hmm. I love this color palette. Just in general. It's like I guess you could say it might be like some people considered it muddled because it's not like, it's definitely not as colorful as Dramatical Murder.
God, no.
Where Dramatical Murder is like poppy and it's like pow, color. Everybody's got a very distinct color.
Yeah, because it's like retro futurist.
Yeah, futuristic, yeah. But this is all like
also that Rai and Konoe are kind of matchy.
They're kind of matchy, yeah. And just this soft coloring I really like.
Yeah, especially because there's like villages and tribes and everything like that. The earth tones is really nice.
Absolutely.
It comes, like things you can dye with like natural dye.
Yeah.
They just flow very well.
Yeah. I think Nitro does like an incredible job making such distinct characters.
Yeah, I agree.
Because through every story that you go through, I mean, like Sweet Pool was more simplistic, but also they were in a school setting, so
they were at Jesus school.
And so that just made sense for their part. But even regardless, they still had like very I would say they had a distinguished it enough for between each character. And then I mean Takano no Chi is its own bitch. Like
yeah. But even then I like that where are they in Takano no Chi? What's the place called?
Fuck.
Yeah. I like that like Akira has doesn't he have something on him that's orange?
He has a red shirt.
Is his shirt. It stands out so much.
It does. It's a good compliment to the rest of his like darker tones.
And then Keisuke has like the white shirt and like long sleeve combo.
Mm-hmm.
And then Rin has everything he has going on.
Everything. God, he looked like he's like pulled straight from the early 2000s, ready to go to like an under the bridge like rave.
I love it.
And Shiki. Shiki looks like he's ready to go to like a bondage club.
God, I love him so bad. He's so cunty.
He's so cunty.
Shiki, I'm like, okay, bitch, sir.
Okay, bitch. Yeah, I'm like, when's your show, bestie? When can I see it?
Like, he looks so good. And then I look at like when Takano no Chi came out, and I'm like, yes, you are
a sign.
Boy
you are a sign of the times.
He looks so good.
The same with Rin. I'm just like, I know where you're from.
They look so good, though.
They do look good.
Okay, sorry.
No, it's okay.
It's just them standing next to each other, and I noticed it with Asato too. I just really like the way that
these colors,
all the colors flow with the characters.
I agree.
I see. So it was an accident. You'll need to train until you control it.
Train?
When he repeated his words, Rai's hand caught his shoulder. He pulled him close, the blue eye drawing near. Surprised, Konoe reflexively looked away.
God, this side profile is crazy.
I know, this side profile goes nuts.
It's like, whoa, his eyelashes. Oh my god.
He's so handsome.
Girl, where'd you get your lashes?
Go for it.
Come with me.
Okay.
The sudden words bewildered him.
Okie doke.
I'm going to help you to enhance your Sangha abilities.
He felt a strong aversion and shook his arm free from the hand on his shoulder.
Safe.
Enough.
Enough!
Oh, guess which option we have to pick?
Enough.
Enough! Yep. He likes it when you fight back.
Don't tell me that. Don't say that to me.
Don't say that to me.
Don't say that to me. I'm gonna start acting cuckoo crazy. If you
gonna
start
start,
saying stuff
I'm gonna
like
start
that.
acting up.
I will. I'm gonna start acting a fool.
He scowled at Rai. God, this is just you.
First off, enough of that. I didn't ask for your help and I didn't agree to go with you. Don't just decide this stuff on your own.
Then what are you going to do?
Konoe fell silent, unable to think of a retort on the spot. Because of all the strange incidents that happened to him, his mind was still blank. He stared down at his feet. Rai's gaze pierced him and he felt like just running away.
Before that, answer my questions. Then I'll think about it.
Fine.
まず俺が野党に襲われた時あんたは俺を逃がそうとしたなのに今日は出会い頭いきなり仕掛けてきた
He likes playing hard to get.
Yeah.
どういうつもりだ
Why? When I was attacked by the bandits, you helped me escape. Then when we met again today, you suddenly attacked me. What are your intentions?
Sorry if you can hear everybody, my incredibly creaky desk. There is genuinely no amount of
I hear nothing.
Okay, sometimes it catches on stream. Sometimes it's like no amount of WD-40 is gonna help the creakiness of my desk. It's just literally how it's built. It just creaks.
Back with the bandits. It was just on a whim. I was cleaning up small prey, that's all. Today, I was testing your strength. To see how long you could handle on your own.
Alright.
どうしてそんなことをする必要がある
Test my strength? Why did you feel the need to do that?
Oh Jesus, that's a lot of text writing.
He reminds me of somebody.
I'm sure.
Who do you think I'm thinking of?
I mean, there just could be a number of people. It could be literally anyone.
I enjoy fighting skilled opponents. If they're not strong, they'll probably be killed by bandits or monsters sooner or later anyway. Had I killed you earlier, it would have been much different.
So you're just some random murder.
He's like, eh.
Perhaps. If you want to think it that way, go ahead. I don't really care.
He felt disgust at Rai's shameless words and uncaring attitude. So all that mattered was his own enjoyment, and others were just playthings? Trying to keep his emotions in check, Konoe continued.
We gotta get it together.
I'm getting it together.
さっきのあの2匹は
And those two from earlier.
同業者商売敵とでも言うべきか
Coworkers.
Coworkers. Colleagues of mine. Well, I guess I should say business rivals.
商売敵
Me too.
Oh, sorry. Business rivals.
乱線付近の森に隠れ家を持つ賞金首の情報が流れている。他にも森に入ってきている奴がいるはずだ。賞金首を張っていたところでお前が現れた。
Near Ranson, there's a hideout in the forest where news of bounties come in. There was some guy in the forest. I was about to collect the bounty on him when you appeared.
賞金首あんた賞金稼ぎなのか
Bounties. You're a bounty hunter?
The world of turning one's strength into profit, huh? Even so, Konoe still didn't know why Brai wanted to test his strength. Wait a moment. Near Ransen? Konoe instinctively looked towards Rai.
乱線はここから近いのか
Monsen is near here.
Make sure you talk a little closer.
Oh, sorry.
You're
sorry.
okay. You're okay.
遠く
My
は
arms are getting tired.
It's not that far.
道は
There's a path.
Rai nodded.
What?
Konoe's ears twitched.
乱線に行きたいのか
You wanna go to Ranson?
あ
Yes.
理由は
The reason?
When Konoe kept quiet, Rai gave him a condescending smirk.
聞くだけ聞いておいて
Oh
my
god.
勝手なのはどっちだ
He's so handsome.
I asked, and now you're quiet. Now who's the selfish one?
Rai's words spurred his irritation on again, but he had a point. Konoe pursed his lips and stifled his anger.
まあいい結局どうするつもりだ一緒に行くのか行かないのかはっきりしろ
Whatever. What are you wanting to do? Decide. Are you coming with me or not?
あんたは乱線へ行くのか
You're going to Monsen?
ああ
Yeah,
一旦仕切り直す
I suppose I could go back.
He couldn't stand Rai's attitude. Rai only wanted Konoe to come along for his own gain. But if he was stubbornly walking away from Rai, he'd probably just be stuck wandering around the forest again. It was too unpleasant to accept if he was going to Ransen.
俺も行く
I'll go too.
He looked at Rai with determined eyes. Rai fixed his eyes on Konoe for a few moments, then turned on his heel.
ついてこい
Follow me.
Huh?
I was making like little walkie.
Oh, little
noises,
walkie
like,
sounds.
beep, 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 beep.
Rai began to walk, and Konoe hurried after him, but then stopped. Remembering Asato, he looked towards the forest. Was Asato safe? He was worried, but there was nothing to be done now.
Do we get to know what happens to, like, if we don't pick the one of the guys? Do we know what happens to the other guys?
We'll learn a little something in the future.
Okay.
There's nothing
I
to be done
don't
now.
like the implications of that.
It'll be fine.
He couldn't start combing through the forest. In the end, he had no choice but to give up.
どうした
What is that?
Rai's voice decided for him. Konoe shook his head, then covered his head with his hood and started walking. There wasn't any other way. He could only pray that they would meet again somewhere. The moon of light started to sink little by little, coloring the sky with colors of dusk. Konoe thought solemnly to himself as he walked. He was a Sangha? It still didn't feel real. Alright, I need a sip. The one who supported the Tolga with their song, deciding victory or defeat in battle. Was he really such a being? With many unsatisfied thoughts inside his chest, Konoe proceeded through the vermilion forest with Rai. They had been walking for a while when the path covered in shrubs began to thin out. There was only a slight difference, but it seemed so fresh to Konoe since the scenery up until now had been the same. For some reason, his heartbeat sped up. His steps became a little lighter, too. Before long, the entangled trees began to open up, and a colossal but distorted silhouette appeared before them. Yay!
That is the city of Ransen. We made it!
That?
As Rai walked before him, Konoe's eyes sparkled in wonder. The city catching the light of dusk and casting enormous shadows looked like a monster. Constructed of inorganic material, the town had an old-fashioned color and feel. It was austere, I think? Austere? And somewhat eerie.
Yeah, austere sounds correct to me.
There it is! The
Wow,
big city.
That's big.
The big city, baby.
Oh, I love this music.
Yeah, this is good. I'm jamming out right now.
Yeah.
Ow.
This town was one of the many artifacts left by Toucanes. Their buildings, history, and even their knowledge. Therefore, many from throughout Cisa gathered here. Yeah, PS2 graphics. Yeah, woo, yeah, woo.
Woo, yeah, woo, yeah, woo, yeah, woo.
Konoe had heard that Ransen was made from the remains of the Toucane cities. So this was it?
Ooh, I'm bumping.
As they drew closer, the town lay completely exposed. The first impression Konoe got was one of mishmash of different buildings and beings. Everything coexisted inside this confusion. The foreign nature of it all stuck with him most. Little by little, more and more cats started coming and going. So look at these buildings. You see how, like, industrial it is? That's so crazy.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. The whole building looks like a parking garage.
It looks like an old apartment building.
Yeah, our complex. Wild, huh?
Watermelons.
Watermelons! Little by little, more and more cats started coming and going. After knowing nothing but Karo, he thought Ransen seemed like a formidable presence. Konoe became confused, unable to understand what was going on. Had anyone asked him to describe Ransen, he didn't think he would be able to. Finally, they set foot in the city. Yippee! Yay! Hee! Konoe's mouth fell wide open as he looked around. All he could see was cats, cats, cats!
My heaven.
He could see nothing but cats.
Kitties.
It was so noisy. Take a little look. Look at that one, the one with the white pants. I fucking love that outfit.
Kitties.
So many kibbies. All men. As far as we know.
I like that everybody is also a different color cat.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Konoe does have a little crooked tail.
Yeah, he has a little crooked tail. And Rai's big fluffy tail.
Look at his boots.
Yeah, they go all the way up to his thighs.
Damn. Okay, bitch.
Okay, bitch, sir.
Okay, boots.
Okay, boots. Don't get lost.
Oh my gosh, kitties.
Rai looked over his shoulder at Konoe, his tail lightly swaying. Konoe followed as if he could not lose sight of that tail's white fur. It was the first time he'd ever seen so many cats, and he was honestly quite nervous. With so many eyes watching them, what if there was danger lurking? Konoe was seized with uneasiness at that thought, but he told himself that he was worrying too much. All the cats passed each other with the same sense of haste, and nobody seemed concerned about what was happening around them. You say the first part.
Strange place.
Konoe thought as he looked at a row of homes along City Street.
Sorry, my mic was down.
That's okay.
I was doing something.
Stalls and colorful signboards of various street vendors occupied the narrow paths. The vendors called out in visitors in boisterous voices that hurt his ears. It was very lively. There were so many colors everywhere. Even so, the general atmosphere seemed so dark. Dead, despite being so alive. I felt something like that. Still, seeing all these rare sights made Konoe's heart leap, though he was careful not to stray from Rai. The sign over one of the stalls was decorated with large Arabian letters, weapons, fruits, medicinal herbs, and other things like clothing. Here, everything was within reach. Still, the place felt dead. It was a really eerie city. The muddy stream of noise that swirled around the city bothered him. He wondered if he could get used to it. Huh? Amidst the hustle and bustle of the crowds, Konoe's ears made out a different sound. He could hear a tune coming from out of nowhere. His eyes searched around. At the side of the road, a shadow stood still between the other cats.
Oh.
Konoe realized that his legs had broke off into a run on their own. It was the poet. Sitting on the side of the road among a group of children, he strummed his lute. Konoe was about to talk to him when he stopped himself. The children were happily listening to the poet's song. The flowing, quiet melody gently tickled his ears. Both the poet and the children seemed to be in completely different places. The poet spun words and sang, catching the light of dusk and scattering it to the earth. Oh, this is my favorite song. I love this song so much.
Yeah, this is really nice.
Every time the poet comes on, I'm like, yes, give me the banger.
Yes.
Small hands reach out. The children eagerly held out their hands and tried to grab the fragments of the song. Chasing after them, the children frolicked around with smiling faces. The poet's voice wrapped around the children like a pale film. Konoe was charmed by this scene. He noticed that he was purring. His stiffened tail had relaxed. Even so, he didn't know if what he was seeing was reality or an illusion, but it was fine either way. This was a tender time of satisfaction. He was disturbed by an arm reaching out from behind him. A hand covered his mouth. It pinned him forcibly and dragged him away. Off the main street was a dark hangout for drifters. It was a back alley. The cats that were there didn't seem to care about him. They only looked straight ahead. The hustle and bustle of the street grew distant. Suddenly at his side, Konoe heard wild breathing. Following it, sounds of lips being licked. As soon as he heard that, a chill ran down his spine. The cat who dragged Konoe ran his hand over his clothes and groped about his legs. That was when Konoe understood what the cat was aiming for. Gathering all of his strength, Konoe headbutted the cat behind him with all of his might. At the cat's muffled groan, the powerful grip on his body was loosened at once. He immediately jumped away, then kicked his knee into the cat, who hunched over in pain. The cat coughed wetly and fell over. Konoe scowled at the cat, breathless himself. and immediately head back towards the main street.
Oi.
Spoochy. Oh no, you gotta be careful, Konoe. Hey. Konoe turned at the voice. Weaving his way through the crowd of cats, Rai approached at a quick pace, his face stern.
何やってる? はぐれるなと言ったはずだ.
What are you doing? I thought I told you not to get lost.
Yeah.
No, I...
大方、裏路地に連れ込まれでもしたんだろう.
Let me guess. Someone dragged you into a back alley.
When Rai guessed right, Konoe reflexively looked up at him. In his blue eye was a hint of irritation.
ここはカロや近隣の村とは違う。お前よりも体格のいい猫なんていくらでもいる。あまり無防備になるな。
This place is different from Kato and the villages around it. There are plenty of cats who are way stronger than you. Don't be so reckless next time.
Konoe knew, but for some reason he became strangely annoyed and turned his face away with a sour look.
行くぞ。もうはぐれるなよ。次は知らん。
Let's go. Don't get lost again. Who knows what will happen next time.
His way of speaking like a parent was becoming more and more annoying, but Rai had already begun to walk away. While following after Rai, Konoe looked at the area where the poet sat before. The children were gone, as was he. Had it been an illusion after all? Konoe shook his head as if to clear his thoughts. He hurried on ahead, not wanting to lose sight of Rai. Mixed in with the street stalls that were lined up, Konoe occasionally saw buildings made from some strange material, probably remains from toucans. He could not feel much of the temperature on the gray surface as they passed. Konoe wished he could go inside. Now let's take a... whoops. Oh, no, never mind. I was going to take a better look at it, but I pressed the wrong button.
Nope, just kidding.
No, JK, not allowed to see. Oh my god, hi. Hold on, sorry, I'm adjusting.
It's okay.
It wasn't a remnant of toucans. It was just a normal building. On a signboard tied up high above them, the letters simply declared "in."
入るぞ。
Go in.
Rai pushed open the door and entered the building. Yippee! Oh my god, the inn. We're finally here.
Oh?
As soon as they
What do you mean by
entered,
that?
we're finally here. As soon as they entered, Konoe saw a reception desk, but no one was behind the counter. It felt like a waiting room for the reception of guests, decorated with a small but comfortable sofa and a set of 2 tables. Behind it were stairs that led to a second floor. The inn didn't seem very large. Rai approached the reception desk. On the counter were a book and some papers with various notes. Just stepped out. The rate is on the deferred payment system. Those who desire lodging choose an unoccupied room from the book and sign in.
随分ふざけた宿だな。
I love Rai's face.
What a ridiculous inn.
他へ行くか。
Ami.
Wanna go somewhere else?
いや、いい。この方がかえって気楽だ。
No, it's fine. This one's pretty comfortable.
Rai furrowed his brow and opened up the rooming book. There were small plates of vermilion ink placed close by. He dipped his fingertip in the ink and pressed it to one of the empty rooms.
行くぞ。
Let's go.
Rai headed towards the stairs. Konoe was about to follow him when he stopped. He heard a sound from the entrance. Was it just his imagination? He tried scoping out his surroundings. The sound got louder. The front door shook. It startled him, and his tail bristled a bit. Watching the door intently as if somebody was about to bust in and eat him, Konoe heard a muffled voice.
おい、誰かいないか。
Hee
ここ開けてくれると助かるんだが。手がいっぱい
Oh,
で
is
どう
this
に
the
もな。
old man one?
Oji-san.
Hey, anyone in there? If someone could help open this up, it'd be a huge help. My hands are full. I can't do it myself.
The door rattled. Not able to simply disregard it, Konoe had no choice but to approach the door. Making sure that his hood was low over his eyes, Konoe cautiously opened the door.
Ah, my bad. Thanks for the help. I bought way too much stuff.
At the sound of the fatigued voice, something was set down with a thud next to Konoe. It was a huge package wrapped in cloth. Konoe looked up timidly at the tall, broad-shouldered cat who now stood before him. Hi, you.
Oh my gosh.
There we go. Huh? You aren't Gen.
The cat blinked his eyes in surprise. His ears were round and the fur on his tail was golden with black stripes. Konoe wondered if this cat and Rai were from the same clan of large breeds. It was probably much older than Konoe.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. You promise.
There's Bardo.
My gosh.
So I think, yeah, like we were talking before, I think he's a tiger or a jaguar, but I'm not sure.
Tiger, probably.
I think a tiger. Bardo, my second love.
Gen-san?
Gen. Sorry. He said the name, so I was like...
Yeah, it's like, yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
He's a frequent customer at this inn. What about you? Are you staying here?
Yeah, that's right.
I see.
At his easy reply, Konoe felt kind of disappointed. This guy was probably the inn's owner, but he didn't behave very much like it.
You're a little overdressed. It's getting close to winter, but it isn't that cold yet. On top of that, you're pretty quiet too.
Konoe was offended by his slightly condescending words. However, the cat didn't seem too concerned about Konoe one way or the other, and only tilted his head wearily.
Bardo. I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Bardo. I run this inn. It's not anything fancy, but it's small and cozy, so it's plenty comfortable. You can rest as much as you like.
Oh my god, excuse me, so sorry.
Winter Festival!
The Winter Festival is near. It gets crowded around that time. Are you here for the festival?
Konoe shook his head.
With that outfit, Bardo? Oh my god. You should take a look. It's not as glamorous as spring, but it's worth seeing. I prefer the one in winter myself.
Damn! There's no need to be such a bitch right now, Konoe. I know that you're going through it and you're kind of mad that you're with Rai and he's got a bad attitude, but there's no need to be rude to this man. He's literally just being nice to you and trying to be a good inn owner, okay? There's no need for this.
No. This reads as like you look at a Twitter post and it's like muting this. Okay, who cares?
Okay, yeah, literally.
Okay, who asked?
Okay, I don't give a fuck. No one cares what you prefer. That's literally how I read it in my head. Konoe, there's no need for this.
Konoe was about to speak those words, but he held his tongue. Which is so because Bardo's being just so nice.
He's just like, oh, are you here for the festival? Here's some other things you should
Oh
do
yeah,
too.
you're probably new in town. Here's some things that you can do.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you for
Here's some
coming.
things you-
Thank you for coming to my inn. Make sure you like stay as long as you need. Make yourself comfortable.
Love you, bye.
Love
And
you.
Konoe is just like, shut up.
Shut up. What a bitch.
Like, come on. Someone who's genuinely nice to you, because I mean, Asato was like also genuinely nice.
Yeah,
to you, but,
he's
like,
a sweet boy.
you know,
Rye's the only bitch here.
exactly. He's being nice to you, and he's showing you genuine like kindness, and you're like, shut up! I didn't ask. Okay.
Okay, girl.
Why are you so rude?
Damn. The festival is coming pretty soon, but not staying till then. Oh, that's right. And that, huh? He chattered away just to chatter. Bardo raised his eyebrows as though he just remembered something. Suddenly, his gaze fell to Konoe.
ちょっと頼み事をしてもいいか。客と宿屋の中ってことで。
Can I ask you a favor? As an innkeeper to his guests. Konoe passed the point of being cranky and was now descending into a downright foul mood. Did all Ramsen cats act like this?
He's being nice.
Oh, sorry. Hold on. One sec.
It's okay. Run away. I understand that.
I
You're
have
in
my
a bad
headphones
mood,
off.
But come on, there's no need for this. You can be it's just like being customer service. You can be in a bad mood and you could be having a bad day, but like, you know, you have to, you know.
All right. Sorry. What were you saying?
I was like, it's like being in customer service.
Oh my god. Yeah. Become very displeased.
Oh, he's just being so nice.
Oh, we gotta... Oh no. Oh no.
What happened?
My save function. It won't
No.
let me.
No.
It won't let me.
No.
Oh no. No!
We forgot to save.
Oh, fuck!
It's okay. That's why we have to
Oh.
She just took a second.
We did it. Everything's fine.
No one panic.
No one panic. Everything is fine. Everything is
A-okay.
fine. Okay. She just needed a second. It's okay.
Now if it crashes, we're fine.
Now it's fine. Now everything's fine. Okay. Become very displeased.
Oh, it was red. And twisted.
Oh, they were like that before.
Oh, I just didn't notice.
There might be a little fun thing that happens if you pick the other one, but maybe we'll save that for another time.
Yeah, that's what I said. It's red. I'm pretty sure the other ones are other colors. That's so silly and so crazy. Because they're emotions, you know?
Konoe fixed his eyes on Bardo and glared, but he seemed unaffected by the look he was getting. Konoe was on the verge of saying no, but bit his tongue. Konoe felt like Bardo was being overly friendly with him, but it didn't seem wise to deny his request to make an enemy.
とりあえず話だけなら
I'll hear you out.
いや、何簡単なことさ。ちょいと店番を頼まれてほしいんだ。
I just got here.
Yo, watch my store. Thanks. Nah, it's just a simple request. I want you to look after my inn for a little bit.
店番
Has a receptionist?
俺はここに荷物を置きに戻ってきただけでな。買い出しのためにこれからちょいと遠くへ出なきゃならない。一応代わりの店番が来ることになってるんだが、まだ来てない。長い間受付不在ってのも穏やかじゃないだろ。代わりのやつが来るまででいい。
I came back here to put all my bags down, but now I need to go on a shopping trip a little farther into town. A substitute receptionist is coming, but they're not here yet. Not having someone at the desk for such a long time isn't a good idea. You'll do until the other guy shows up.
いつ来るんだ
When's he coming?
もうそろそろ来なきゃおかしいな。指定した時間はとっくに過ぎてる。
Soon. It's strange that he hasn't shown up yet. It's way past the designated time.
Is it Rye? Is Rye the receptionist?
That'd be funny.
どうだ?
So how about it? Bardo said, without an ounce of shame, as if he had the gall to put things off on others. This guy had some nerve.
The nerve.
A nerve.
まあ断るって言うんなら別にいいぞ。他の宿に行ってもらっても。
Alright, buddy. Ah, well, if you don't want to, then that's fine too. Even if you have to go to another inn. Bardo continued lightly. It was as if he sympathized with
空い
Konoe.
てるかどうか知らんが。
Although, I don't know if the other inns will have vacancies.
Where did Rye go?
あんたな
Upstairs.
Oh, okay.
He went to the room.
He was just like, I've got places to be.
Like,
Bye.
I'm tired. Good night.
Are you?
Bardo grinned provocatively. Quite.
This guy.
This guy.
客を脅すつもりかよ
Yeah, I honestly, I will. I'll
Yeah.
threaten customers every day. You'll threaten a customer?
But yeah, he was like, man, it sure would be crazy if you couldn't look after my inn and then had to, I don't know, suddenly find another inn. That'd be wild.
俺はどっちでもいいって言ってるだけだ。選ぶのはそっちだろ。
You little monster. I'm just saying, either one is fine by me. It's your call. Though his anger began to boil, Konoe made sure to keep his composure. If he declined Bardo's request and looked for another inn, it couldn't be guaranteed that he'd find a place to stay.
わかった
I understand.
どうも。
Thanks, bunch. Bardo smiled at him. It was like a smile of triumph, and Konoe felt a pang of bitter defeat.
何すればいいんだ店番って
What should I do as a receptionist?
受付に客が来たら、宿泊帳に名前を書いてくれって言えばいい。あんた、名前は?
When a customer shows up, ask them for their name and write it in the account book. You, what's your name?
この絵
Konoe.
この絵か。俺が戻ってきた時にまだいるようなら、飯を振る舞ってやるよ。
That's nice.
Meshikuya, Meshikuya. Konoe, if you're still here when I get back, I'll whip up a meal for you. Ours is said to be quite good.
そんなのいい別に
That's okay.
それじゃ、任せた。
Well then, I'll leave it to you. Waving one hand, Bardo left the inn. It felt as if a storm just passed. Once Bardo was gone, Konoe stared at the door, feeling strangely empty. Konoe realized that he was completely dragged into Bardo's hectic pace. In short, he had been used. Konoe glanced at the counter and began to feel increasingly irritated. There was no reason to be forced to respond, or to make a promise at the inn he had only entered by chance.
Such an idiot.
Konoe reluctantly went behind the counter and sat on the stool. Look at
He
him.
looks so sad.
He's upset.
Everyone is so mean to me.
Everyone is so mean to me. Oh my god. Oh, sorry, big stretch.
In a second, when we get to a stopping point, would it be
Hmm?
okay if we had a little potty break and if I made some tea?
We can do that now if you want.
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
I might get something to eat too. I'm kind of hungry.
Okay. Do you wanna both BRB? Because I can go to the bathroom too.
You can go to the bathroom? Do you
Yes.
need to, though?
Like, I need to, but it's like, I could also wait.
Yeah, we could just BRB for a second.
Okay, we'll BRB for a second. All right, everybody. We're gonna take a quick second, get our drinks. Everybody else out there,
I hope you have having a good day at work, whatever you need to do.
Remember to hydrate, please.
Hydrate, stretch, all that good stuff. For me and my stiff bones.
I know I'm shrimping so bad right now.
We'll take a big stretch. We'll be back
Oh God. Oh.
in about like, I don't know, like 5 minutes or so.
Oh, shrimp.
Oh, shrimp.
Shrimp.
Shrimp. All right. And then I have to, oh God. I remember that I have to just leave this music playing. So yeah, you're just going to be hearing the game audio when I switch to my BRB screen. Okay.
Okay.
All right. We'll be back in just a few minutes.
Back.
Okay. Okay. There we are. All right. Thank you for your patience, everyone. We are back. Let us continue. He didn't like breaking promises. Covering his head with the hood of his cloak, he must have looked like creepiest receptionist in town. That substitute had better come soon. Unable to stand it, Konaway drooped his shoulders. Then he heard footsteps coming down the stairs. Yeah, Rise? Rise probably upstairs like, what the fuck are you doing?
He's probably like, why didn't you follow me? What are you doing?
Konaway looked down reflexively, not wanting to be seen by other cats.
Oi.
Yeah, exactly. Hey. Konaway looked up at the familiar voice. You look at his face. It's just like, what the fuck are you doing?
He looks so cute. He's just like, hey.
Hey, what's happening? Rai stood in front of the counter. What are you doing over there? Disbelief colored his voice. So cute. I love the CG. I like that we feel kind of like stalkers from this angle. Like we're creeping in from like a window.
I'm in the cuck chair.
Mm-hmm.
I've been asked a small favor.
Oh, sorry, I pressed nothing. By whom?
The innkeeper.
Why do you ask?
He had errands to run, so he left.
Jeez.
Jeez, Lewis.
Jeez, Lewis. The look in his eyes saying it all. Rai turned away inside. Baka neko. You're stupid cats. You and the innkeeper both.
Yuki Soma mention.
Yuki Soma mention. Am I... Oh, hold on. Am I mistaken that he has like his leggies propped up, or am I seeing this wrong?
Hold on, let me look. No, he looks like he's sitting like crisscross.
Yeah.
Or he's like... Oh, I don't want to use that term. It's gonna age me so bad.
Uh-huh.
He looks like he's owling.
Owling?
You do not know what owling is?
Mm-mm.
It's when you kind of sit, like, for lack of a better way to explain it, it's when you sit kind of like Inuyasha.
Ah. I understand. Narahode. That's called owling?
I call it owling.
He couldn't respond. In fact, Konoe was inclined to agree. Rai coldly narrowed his eyes at Konoe. That's such a sour face. He's so mopey.
Look how weird.
Yeah, weird.
Oh no.
As if he wasn't feeling bad already. When the substitute receptionist finally arrived, Konoe left the desk. It had only been a little while, but he was still exceptionally tired and finally headed for the room. It was a room made for two, without any special features. Oh, damn, there were two beds. There were two beds, a small table, and a chair. Not much else.
Like, oh my god, would we have to share the bed?
Oh, there's two. On the shelf stood a lamp, and in the corner of the room there was a barrel of water. It seemed there was a separate room for sanitary purposes, because in the corner of the second floor hall there was a door with a small picture of a sand pile hung on it. The
The litter
latrine.
box.
The litter box. We went different ways, but...
Well,
Konoe opened the window. It was nighttime, but the streets were as lively as ever, and light flickered in the stalls of street vendors. Konoe let out a small sigh. He could finally relax. Rai was checking the wound from when Konoe had slashed him.
大したことはないな。お前のも見せ
Oh my god, you promise?
oh my god. Show your butt.
I'll show you what?
What do you want to see?
What do you want to see? I'll show you anything you want. It's not a big deal. Show me yours.
俺はいい。
Fine.
Konoe immediately stopped Rai's hand from pulling off his coat and shook his head. Though he knew about his ears and tail, Rai hadn't seen the marks on his body. Even though he might see them sooner or later, Konoe still hesitated. Konoe looked down, his ears laying flat. Rai seemed unconvinced.
なんだ
What is that?
いいから見せろ。
Show me already. Boop, boop, boop. Rai took a long stride forward and seized his arm.
やだ
Yeah! Yeah!
Don't touch me.
Konoe instinctively drew his claws. The momentum flung his hood off. A red scratch ran over Rai's cheek, and Konoe stared at him with wide eyes. He hadn't meant to do that. Rai wiped his cheek silently and regarded the blood on his hand.
二度も同じやつに傷をつけられるとは。
To be wounded twice by the same guy. His voice was indifferent. There was no anger or bloodlust. It was cold, just like that blue eye of his. Konoe...
Get him some contacts.
Damn, bitch, we see them! Konoe clenched his hands into fists, looked down and bit his lip.
何がそんなに気にかかる
What are you so worried about?
その耳と尾か
Your ears and your tail?
黒が不吉だとしてもお前の隠し方は尋常じゃない一人で森を抜けようとしていたところを見ると何かあったと考えるのが普通だろう
Even if black fur is a bad omen, the way you were covering yourself wasn't normal. I had thought as much when I saw you alone in the forest. Even if their eyes did not meet, he knew where Rai was looking. Konoe could not keep hiding it. Maybe he was overthinking it. Now was as good a time as any. Just do it. At his resolution, Konoe raised his face. With his stiff fingers, he took off his coat. He took off his gauntlets and shoes as well. Rai's blue eye narrowed slightly.
それは
This is... Even when Konoe looked at them again himself, the markings on his skin appeared ominously grotesque. In the flickering lamp's flame, they seemed ready to come alive at any moment. With a sense of regret rising up, Konoe averted his eyes from Rai. What was Rai thinking right now? Wondering about it made Konoe want to run away. However, Rai only took hold of Konoe's arm to carefully study the markings.
昔からなのか
You've always had these?
違う突然こうなった耳と尾も
No, I woke up like this one day. Same for my ears and tail.
黒いあざ耳と伝えられし呪われた印か
Black markings, black ears, and a black tail. Signs of the legendary curse, correct? The muttered words made Konoe's heart ache, so he drew back his arm from Rai's grasp.
ハローを出たのはそのせいか乱戦を目指していたということは何か解決策でも見つかったのか
This is what made you leave Karo. You were trying to reach Ronsen to find a cure? Konoe nodded slowly.
裏にはいられなかった 乱戦へ向かうしかなかった。
I couldn't stay in my village. I had no choice but to travel to Ransom.
そうか。
I see. Rai folded his arms and leaned against the wall.
呪いをかけ
Just like that.
らには解く方法もあるんだろうな。
If this is from a curse, there must be a way to undo it.
Konoe looked at Rai. His profile was lit by the glow of the lamp, softening his sharp features, but his eyes was as piercing as
可
ever.
能性が全くないわけではない。違うか。
You can't have exhausted every possibility. Or am I wrong?
そうかもしれない。けど、だったらなんだって言うんだ。
Maybe. But what should I do?
可能性があるのなら探せばいい。むざむざ呪い殺されるつもりはないんだろう。
Search around. Do you intend to let yourself be resigned to death so easily?
何が言いたいんだ。
What are you saying?
今お前が聞いた通りだ。それとも探すのは面倒だとでも言い出す気か。
I mean exactly what I say. Or would searching be too much trouble?
だから。
Alright, I took a bite. Bagel. That's why.
This one-sided conversation was making him more and more irritated. Caught in the moment, he had raised his voice and tail bristled on end. Konoe scowled at Rai as if to challenge
可
him.
能性を探ればいいと言っている。
I'm just saying you should consider the possibility.
そんなことわざわざ言われなくても分かってる。とっとと探しにでも出ろってことか。
That's just it. I know you don't have to say it. You're telling me to just go out and find it?
Rai stared at Konoe in silence and blinked slowly.
お前、本当にバカな猫だな。
Baka nickel.
You really are a stupid cat.
なんだと。
What was that?
俺はお前に来いと言った。
Hehe.
お前は同意した。だからここにいるんだ。なのに、どうして今さらお前一人を放り出す
Thanks, that's so nice.
Thanks, bestie.
I said I would come with you. You agreed. That's why we're here. So now you're here. Why would I want to throw you out on your own now?
A strangely lifeless sigh spilled past Konoe's lips.
あんたも俺の呪いを解く方法を探すっていうのか。
You're saying you'll... Okay, he wasn't. I thought he wasn't. I was like, sorry, King.
My bad, King.
You're saying you'll come and help me look for a way to break the curse?
I am adjusting.
Thank you.
Getting my tea.
Tea. I didn't make tea because I was distracted by the dudes who I thought was my shoes.
My shoes! Obviously.
どうして。
Why?
お前はサンガだ。育て
Oh my god. You're a Sangha. I told you I'd train you right.
Oh, my lord.
世界に災いをもたらすと言われている呪いと同じでもか。
Even if this is the same curse that's supposed to bring misfortune to the world.
だからどうした。お前に触れた途端、消し飛ぶとでも言うのなら話は別だがな。
What about it? This would be a different conversation if I said I would vanish if I merely touched by you.
そこまでしてサンガが欲しいのかよ。
We'll go that far. You must really want a Sangha, huh?
欲しくないとは言わん。俺には力が必要だ。だがその前にたかだか呪いごとき騒ぐことでもないだろう。
I won't deny that. Strength is essential for me. Won't I help break the curse first? You'll have no complaints, right?
Konoe was astonished. Not another word was spoken.
First, this haughty cat before his eyes seemed unlikely to act for the sake of someone else. Then he spoken of his actions as when, not if. Rai was unlike any cat Konoe had met before.
What?
いや変わってるよなあんた普通は気味悪がって近寄らないだろ
Nothing. You're just weird. Normally, no one would come near me, since I'm cursed.
上辺だけで全てを判断することが普通か
It's normal to judge by appearances.
所詮そういう奴らが気にするのは周りの目だ他と違うことをして弾かれ疎まれるのが怖いだけだ
After all, oh, sorry, King.
Mobby.
After all, most people are wary of their surroundings. They are afraid to be different from the others. If you are, you'll be ostracized simply out of fear. If you're part of the majority, you aren't the one hurt by everyone's rejection.
As he finished speaking, Konoe was overwhelmed. It felt like all the distrust and anger he felt towards Rai had faded. He was arrogant, but Konoe could trust Rai. More than he could trust the other cats anyway.
Show me your wound.
Konoe was still confused. This time he obediently showed his arm. The blood of the wound had immediately dried and was already beginning to scab. His skin had begun to retain some elasticity, and the pain wasn't too bad anymore. You don't want to give it a little lick? Just a little?
If that's all it is, you're fine.
With a nod, Rai let go of his hand.
You don't want to give it a little lick.
Little lick?
Let's rest for now and think about all this tomorrow.
Konoe sat down on the side of the bed. His eyes turned to the window. He had finally reached Ransen. Seeing Cisa's largest city filled him with wonder. Konoe sighed deeply, feeling fatigue spread through his body. Taking off the bag he was carrying on his back, he pulled out a wooden flask and drank some water. As Konoe did this absent-mindedly, Rai approached his side. He seemed to be asking for something with his eye. While Konoe wondered what was on his mind, Rai suddenly grabbed his tail.
Oh my god.
Oh my goodness. What are you doing? Let go.
The tail was Aribika's weak point. A painful, unexpected shock ran through his body. Reflexively, he stiffened up and bared his fangs. Rai glanced at Konoe for a moment, then gazed intently at his black tail. He ruffled the tail's fur, and Konoe felt a chill ran down his spine.
Let go.
It's a crooked tail.
Yeah, so what?
Since Rai was expressionless, it was hard to know, but his eye remained fixated on Konoe's tail. Konoe became embarrassed and forcibly swiped the tail from Rai's hand.
Ah.
You have a really nice tail yourself.
When he spat out those words and turned his face away, he saw Rai's large white tail sway slowly. That was the end of their conversation. The only sound in the room was the noise of the city crowd coming in through the window. Rai sat down on the side of the bed by the window in silence, and in a manner that could only be called elegant, he began to groom himself. What the hell? After staring at Rai for a moment without knowing why, Konoe pulled himself together and fished for something in his flax bag. He thought that it was unusual for him to spend time in a room with another cat. That, and he'd only just met Rai. For some reason, he couldn't settle down. Konoe dragged over the bag he'd gotten from his parents. Then he pulled out and opened the letter on which his father's song was written. No matter how many times he looked at the letters, he still couldn't read them. Still, looking at it was just fine. He remembered his home in Kado. Though not much time had passed, Konoe already missed it. He then suddenly remembered something. A ring. I was right, a ring. It was a precious item from his parents, but Konoe had not put it in his bag. It was still on the shelf at his house. And now, there was no way to go back and get it. No matter the reason, Konoe couldn't return. Could he really do nothing but give up? He could think of no other options. Deeply regretting this, he laid down in disappointment. Konoe's gaze panned to the bed next to him. Rai was looking out of the window. Occasionally, the tip of his white tail twitched gently. Konoe supposed he wasn't the only one who couldn't settle down. Konoe curled.
I know a way we can settle down.
I know a way. Konoe curled into a ball under his blankets. With a rustling sound, he began to groom. When he shut the world out from himself like this, he felt a bit of relief. His body temperature warmed out the blankets comfortably. Little by little, he felt sleep creeping in. While still in the middle of grooming his tail, Konoe softly drifted off to sleep. Delightful. The next day, Konoe went out to town with Rai.
Shopping trip.
Shopping! Illuminated under the moon of light, Nansen looked even more disorderly than the night before. The streets were thrumming with cats and peddlers.
Wait, let me eat my bagel.
Haha, no, not allowed. I'm gonna need a chip.
What are we going to do now?
Jujutsu? Oh my god.
We're going to visit a shaman.
A shaman?
咲き実ができる呪術師が住んでいるという噂がある。かなりの高齢で知識も相当深いらしい。お前のことも何かわかるかもしれない。
Supposedly, there's a shaman who can tell the future living in the forest of Ronsen. He's pretty wise, as well as knowledgeable. And seems like he can offer some advice. You might know what's wrong with you.
You know where the shaman is?
Oh, hold on, I got a cough.
Take your time, I'm eating my bagel. Almost done.
Okay, sorry. Did you say this line?
Mm-hmm.
詳しくは知らん。聞いて回るか。勘で森を探すしかないな。
I don't know precisely. We can ask around. Otherwise, we'd have to go into the forest and start searching.
Konoe was embarrassed by Rai's calm retort and abruptly shut his mouth.
You're going about this pretty erratically.
お前の剣が飛び入りなんだろ。
Your issue might require some spur-of-the-moment thinking.
It was probably true.
なるようにしかならん。俺も別に乱戦に詳しいというわけじゃない。とりあえず酒場を探すぞ。
Whoa!
Okay.
Bar time.
There's 5 o'clock somewhere.
And that's all we can do. I don't know a lot about Ronsen either. Let's find a bar first.
Konoe walked after Rai. He definitely didn't want to get separated again, but his eyes kept wandering over to the stores. Extravagant decorations caught his attention. Now that Konoe thought about it, that innkeeper Bardo had mentioned some kind of winter festival.
Yeah, when you were trying to be rude to him.
Yeah, rude-ass motherfucker. Were these stores beginning to line up their wares for the festival? He just wanted to take a quick look.
Just a peek.
Just a peek. He walked the streets for a while, struggling against the waves of cats. His view was assailed by information, but his eyes began to gradually block it out. Only gray scenery passed by him. Suddenly, in the midst of this, he sensed the presence of a vivid color. Konoe looked back. A cat stood stock still in the back alley. No, it wasn't a cat. What protruded from its head were not ears. Those were horns.
The demons already?
Time seemed to slow down. His heart began to race. In the back of his mind was a snake. Its slippery tail sliding, the yellow snake began to undulate. Konoe's pupils narrowed into slits. He stopped and looked back towards the alley.
Oi! Doko iku? Oi!
Hey, where are you going? Hey!
By the time he heard Rai's voice, he had already broken off into a run. He pushed through the crowd towards the gray alleys. He stepped into the dim and narrow entrance. The not cat was still standing there. Light billowed around it like waves of heat. There was no mistake. That was a devil.
That is.
Rai had chased him and stood by his side, furrowing his brows with a frown to peer into the depths of the alley. The devil slowly drew closer. It was different from the previous one. The devil before Konoe had a golden presence. It slowly hoisted an arm up. Was that electricity? At this rate, it would cause an uproar on the main street.
Wait.
Konoe drew his sword and began to sprint towards the golden devil. However, there was neither the light nor impact he was expecting. The golden shadow of an arm swung downward and a slim electric current ran forth. It made sound like crackling flames and began to cover the devil's entire arm. This time, the shadow rushed towards Konoe as well. Konoe quickly swung his sword, using its tip to cut across the shadow's chest. The tip of the sword slashed diagonally at the breast of the shadow. There was no response. Konoe heard a harsh crackling. The shadow did not even flinch. Did it not feel pain? The arm covered in electric current bore down on him. Reflexively, he closed his eyes. However, a dull sound echoed through Konoe's ears. He lifted his face. The sword was thrust out from behind Konoe. It sliced deeply right into the forehead of the golden shadow. Even though the shadow's face was turned to the side, it was blurry and Konoe couldn't discern anything other than smiling lips. It was horribly ominous. Before long, a small crack ran from the middle of its forehead, where a sword had pierced it. The crack spread through the shadow's entire body. It was the same as the red shadow he saw in the forest. As Rai withdrew his sword, the golden shadow made a delicate sound and shattered into pieces. It was the same dishearteningly abrupt conclusion as last time. The fragments glittered as they scattered, dancing through the darkness of the alley. His little catchphrase.
You're a complete idiot.
He looked back, offended by Rai's exasperated, ridiculing voice.
Don't just pounce without thinking of the consequences. You'll die.
Shogunai?
It can't be helped. If the main street was damaged, there would be chaos.
That, just now.
Before Konoe could tell him it was a devil, Rai opened his mouth again.
That was not its true form.
Oh, sorry.
Wow.
I'm a bounty hunter. So I also hunt demons. It's better to know these things.
That meant Rai was that particular type of bounty hunter.
無駄に体力を消耗した。
It would be a waste of energy if they used their true power.
Rai sheathed his sword, his coat billowing as he turned on his heel.
He's so edgy. One and only.
Oh my god, hi Ruin.
Hi, Ruin.
He really is edgy. And he's voiced by Sephiroth.
Yeah, exactly.
Konoe followed Rai, glancing once back toward the alley. Why did the devil's shadow appear in the city? You could still make some sense of seeing one in the woods, but were they aiming for him?
That checks out. Konoe looked to the streets uneasy.
A single street extended from the main road. It was dark in a narrow alley, unlike the wide main road. The lively crowds began to fade away, and a stale air began to drift in. He saw a vagrant dressed in tattered clothing sitting on the side of the road.
どこへ向かってるんだ?
Where are we going?
酒場だ。表より裏にある酒場の方が何かと情報を入手しやすい。
A bar. It's easier to get information from bars in these alleys.
They gave...
I love how they walk.
Yeah,
They each gave the huddled cat a strange look as they passed.
He was missing an arm, as though he'd caught the sickness.
Come to think of it, Pokino once said that Nansen had an outbreak of the sickness. Victims... I miss him too. The victims of the outbreak just couldn't be seen on the main road. Well, I mean, he travels to Dansen a lot, so maybe we'll see him.
Please.
The people who caught it probably fled to the back alleys, cast out into the unseen, sullen part of the town. A sour smell reached his nose. Scent here was truly revolting. These streets were filled with vulgar stores unlike the main street, and Konoe's fur bristled on end as he stood on guard with unfamiliar wariness. They're in the red light district. Ahead, two cats wearing tattered-looking coats and covered by their hoods leaned against the wall. Their eyes followed Rai and Konoe. The two of them each held a bottle of liquor in their hand and talked to each other about something amongst themselves. But when Konoe and Rai passed, they called out,
Oi.
Ah,
Rai stopped and looked at them. Their faces could not be seen, shrouded under their hoods.
なんだ?
what?
どこへ行く?
Where are you going?
関係ないだろ.
None of your business.
When Rai answered coldly, the two of them exchanged glances and laughed.
叱られたよ.
I've been scolded.
叱られたね.
You were scolded, huh?
関係ないんだって.
None of your business, he said.
関係ないのか.
This is like, oh my god.
The two vultures in Dumbo?
No, I'm
Something like
thinking
that?
of the Siamese cats.
Oh, yeah.
Cinderella. None of our business, I wonder.
Their similar voices alternated back and forth.
気味悪いな.
Okay, well, you can't call cats of the evening creepy.
You
You can't be calling people that.
Konoe, you're so judgmental.
Jeez. They're creepy.
構うな. 行くぞ.
Don't mind them. Let's go.
Once more, they began to walk forward.
黒い猫連れてどこ行くの?
Black cat, where are you going?
呪われた猫連れてどこ行くの?
Where are you going, cursed cat?
Their repeating words made Konoe halt. What did they say just now?
Oh my god, I like them.
Mm-hmm.
The two cats stood side by side when he looked back. They vigorously raised each bottle they had held. they held over their heads and flung them to the ground. Smash! One after the other, the sound of shattering glass echoed. I wonder why this black cat turned black.
I wonder if the black cat used to be a different color.
Why did he turn black?
Why did he turn black, I wonder? Oh, that's still me, sorry.
That is Konoe, yeah.
You... what are you?
Konoe glared at the two cats. They're provoking you. Don't mind them. Rai grasped his shoulder. Konoe understood. They were baiting him. But he couldn't afford to let them intimidate him. The two cats exchanged glances and chuckled. How did they say it? Ur? Should I tell him Ur?
I guess so.
Right. Yes. So it's supposed to be like, in English it would be like ul. But you know, it's heavily accented with the L's and R's, so it sounds like uru and then kiru.
Oh, okay.
So it's supposed to be like uru and kiru.
Oh, okay. Let's tell him, Q.
After speaking amongst themselves, the two of them nodded and turned back towards Konoe and Rai. Each removed his hood. Two identical faces appeared.
I like them.
One looks like Keisuke almost.
A little bit, yeah.
Just a little bit.
Oh my god, it's Keisuke and Akira.
Oh my god, that's crazy. Twins. Other than the color of their hair, Konoe couldn't tell them apart.
Which one of us is
I was just gonna say. Rai seemed cautious and bared his fangs. So did Konoe. From the two cats, a black aura slowly billowed outward. It looked like some kind of eerie illusion. Those were not ordinary vagrants. You bastards. What are you? What do you think?
What could we be?
It's futile to resist.
Very futile.
Because here you...
We'll die.
The cat...
It's like green.
Isn't it cool?
Yeah.
The cat named Ul pulled his coat and raised one arm with a thin smile. Konoe was captivated by that arm. There were a great number of red lines, scars that ran everywhere, both horizontally and vertically. But what Ul did next made Konoe's eyes widen. He used the claws of his other hand to rake at the scars on his arm without hesitation. I know, sorry. Blood oozed out and began to drip. Just looking at it hurt. Rai clicked his tongue and drew his sword. Whee! He was about to attack Ul, but then a sword was thrust out from beside him to block the attack. Ooh yeah, new fights. I won't let you.
They look cool as shit.
They do look cool. Kyo stood in the way, horizontally wielding a dagger of his own. Oh, I think that line was yours, but that's okay. He smiled horrifically as if to provoke Rai. Rai jumped back, returning to Konoe's side. Troublesome.
What's he doing?
Konoe's eyes were still glued to Ul's strange behavior. He's a Sangha, Rai said with a hint of annoyance.
Sangha? A guy?
Yeah. Oh, I love this. Again, he looked at Ul. Ul dug his claws into his arm and closed his eyes in a euphoric trance.
Tora! I miss you.
Tawa, I miss you.
Tawa.
We kind of flip-flop back and forth. Did you want to do this one?
you.
Is that me?
Yeah.
Okay.
That one's the you one.
Okay. The pain echoes, the pain shrieks. Pain plays within my body.
That's Tawa.
That's Toa. Something flooded into Konoe's stomach, heavy as mud. He recognized something was happening to his body. This was a melody. A heavy, heavy melody. That cat, he was singing.
A sangha that sings through pain.
普通のサンガは楽器や声で歌う。あいつの場合は痛みを覚えた時に反応する感覚を通して発している。
It's like a blood hunter.
己の身を犠牲にしている。立ちが悪い。
A normal sangha sings with instruments or their voice, but this guy reacts to the sensation of pain and associates it with a melody. It's a dangerous thing. Sacrifices your own body for the sake of the song.
Such things really existed? He stared at Ul in disbelief.
Eliminate, eliminate. Tear them limb from limb. Created from my body. A song for us.
The claws slid over the scars as if he were simply playing an instrument. Didn't he feel pain? Still, when Konoe looked closely, he saw beads of sweat on Ul's forehead.
Yeah, I think he loves it.
Ever since they encountered these two, Konoe felt things were terribly strange. There were no feelings coming from either of them. They smiled. They seemed joyful. It looked as if this was fun. However, there were no emotions, not even anger or madness. These two, it was as if these two were artificial. Like the devil's shadow he saw. Fresh, vibrant blood dripped down from Ul's wounds, down to his elbow and then down to the ground. Before long, a slender tendril of warm light began flowing from Ul to Kid.
You'll sing.
As his heart pounded away in his chest, Konoe heard someone quickly ask him this. Rai was right. He was a sangha. But he didn't know how to just start singing so suddenly.
I still don't really know how. Can't we win if we both fight?
It's no use.
Penetrating the bottom of his gut, the heavy melody continued. Around Ul's feet, there was a puddle of bright red.
Let's do it, Ul.
Let's do it, kid. An unpleasant smile ran across both their faces at the same time.
They're coming.
Kill kicked off the ground and propelled his body forward. For a moment, it felt like only the wind passed by. It happened in a blink of an eye. An ear-piercing sound resounded. Kill swung his sword down from overhead and clashed blades with Rai. As a result of his sangha song, both of Kill's arms were tainted red up to the elbow. With nothing but madness in his face, he spoke with a low laugh.
Die.
Rai grit his teeth and was gradually forced back. Rai being pushed back, he was being overtaken. What incredible power. While their swords still crossed, Kill gleefully met eyes with Konoe.
Oh, sorry. Are you done? Okay. Are you done or are you finished?
Are you done? Are you finished?
You're a cursed cat. An evil cat. A cat who brings despair. A cat who isn't needed. What'd you say? You're insignificant. Just hurry up and die.
A low growl leaked from Konoe's throat. His hand subconsciously drew to his sword.
Idiot, run.
Rai noticed Konoe's presence and yelled out, still crossing swords with Kill. Though he heard Rai's voice, he did not hear his words. He should stop the Sanga's song. If he did that, they could defeat the Toga. Blinded by anger, this was the only thing Konoe could think. He pounced towards Ul, but then his line of vision was suddenly obstructed. It was Kill, who had just been fighting Rai, smiling.
Wanna die?
He put his hand to the blade of his sword and held it up to protect his head. His vision darkened and a shock coursed through the bones of his arm. His body seemed to float in the air. He had been sent flying. His back hit the ground hard. He tried to get up when something suddenly pulled his arm with all its might.
Run!
But
Do you want to die, stupid cat?
Baka neko. Rai caught his arm and they broke into a run. The dark blood song chased after them. They ran through the narrow streets. The vagrant cats of the streets glared at them, their ears turned down. Rai occasionally parried Kill's blade whenever it came too close, and gradually opened the distance between them. Dazzling light flashed each time their swords met. They exited the back alleys and leapt into the main road in a frenzy. It caused quite a stir. Clamor arose. The calls of the street merchants quieted, and instead there were several cries from the stores which aroused screams among the chaos. There was a sound of something collapsing.
Out of the way.
What was happening around them? Konoe did not have time to look. They determinedly pushed the waves of cats aside and ran. That black song would surely catch up, but then it began to quiet down. His shaky breaths and pounding of his heart shook his eardrums. He heard the rush of wind against his ear. The wind that sliced by his ears was cold to the touch. In the midst of it all, a different sound joined in. Konoe! Konoe! He turned around and looked back. Looking amongst the noisy and confused cats one by one, he spotted a familiar face. His eyes widened. That was...
Hey, Pookie!
This way! Konoe shook off Rai's hand that held his arm and grabbed hold of him in return. Oh. Konoe ran to where Tokino was, dragging along a perplexed Rai. Tokino immediately turned on his heels and ran into the back alley. Konoe followed him without a second thought. In the alley, the cats had to walk in a line as it was very narrow and only allowed 2 cats to walk side by side at most. To make matters worse, there were many corners. Tokino weaved left and right. Konoe ran after him while still grasping Rai's arm. His swaying tail rubbed against the wall as he went. Before long, they came into a small but wider low-lying road. Tokino stopped and stood before a small house. Both Rai and Konoe stopped and checked behind them. It didn't seem as if those twin cats would pursue them here. Here, come in. Tokino opened the door, inviting Konoe and Rai inside. When Tokino closed the door, he stooped forward, his shoulders heaving with exhausted breathing until he let out a huge sigh. It's been a while since I've run like that.
Where are we?
俺の家。父さんは今行商で出てるから、俺一人だよ。
My house. My dad went out peddling, so I'm just here alone. Lifting his face, Konoe quickly glanced around the room. While there wasn't anything distinctly special, the room gave off an air of coziness and warmth because of its simplicity. It was also relatively neat and tidy. Still, in several places, Konoe could see large packages wrapped in cloth and huge baskets on the floor. Of course, they were merchant cats. Were these the wares they would put up for sale?
びっくりしただって通りが騒がしいから何かと思ったらいきなり近衛が見えたからさまさか乱戦にいるとは思わなかったよ
I'm surprised. The streets got rowdy all of a sudden. So I thought there was something going on and I took a look. Then I saw you. I didn't expect to see you in Ransen.
この間行商で家老に行ったら近衛はいないし村の猫たちはピリピリしてるしなんかやたら近衛について聞かれるし
When I went to Kato for business, you weren't there. The village cats were on edge too. A lot of them asked me about you.
そうか
Oh, sorry.
Oh, no, it's okay. I see.
Kanoe's voice softened and sounded a little gloomy. Tokino took out something from his coat pocket. It was a coin. A coin? Come to think of it, this was the message he'd left for Tokino.
これ置いてったろ近衛がお金を手にしてるとこめったに見たことないからさ多分何かあったんだろうとは思ったけどでも会えて本当に良かった
You left that there, right? It's rare to see you handling money. I thought something may have happened to you. But at any rate, I'm glad I ran into you here.
さっきは逃げてるみたいだったけどどうしたんだ
A little while ago, I saw you running away. What happened?
A lot.
A lot. Konoe fell silent. He bitterly recalled the void in the forest. He couldn't just explain it all so suddenly. There was simply no way to do it.
あれそれ耳尻尾も
Huh? Your ears. Your tail, too. When Konoe looked up, he met Tokino's startled eyes. He inadvertently touched his head. His hood had come off. It was because he had been sprinting at full speed. He could hear the sounds of blood rushing to his ears. Tokino's eyes moved from his ears down to his feet. Even though he knew there was no point, Konoe curled his black tail in a ball behind him, trying to hide it.
そんな色じゃなかったよな
They weren't this color before, right? What should he do? He didn't want to think about it. What would Tokino think of the state he was in now? Maybe he wouldn't think it was so bad? Or maybe he would think Konoe was creepy. He clenched his sweaty palm slowly. Lowering his head, Konoe bit his lip. Every second that ticked by pierced him like a needle. Finally, Tokino let out a small sigh.
まあいいやいろいろ事情があるんだろ立ち話もなんだしさ
Ooh,
急ぎの用があるとかじゃないなら
he's so
上がってってよ
Mm.
nice.
もしよかったら
Does he betray us?
話を聞かせてくれると嬉しい
We'll just have to find out, won't we?
Oh, don't say that. So that's a yes.
I don't know.
I hate when you say stuff like that. It always is yes. You try to thinly veil it as like, oh, I don't. Who knows?
We're just
It's
gonna have
yes.
to find out.
The answer is yes, everybody.
What if it's a no?
It hardly is ever a no when you say it like that.
Well, it's all right. Everyone's situation is different, right? I'm your friend, so you can tell me. If you're not in a hurry or anything, I'd be happy to hear your story. If you like. Konoe looked at Tokino. Nothing had changed. He was smiling just like always. The base of Konoe's tail trembled. He tried to speak but felt tongue-tied.
でもいきなり悪いだろ
He's like, oh, my bad.
Is that me?
Mm-hmm.
Guess we shouldn't just pop up like this, huh?
Oh, I'm sorry, stretching.
全然一 一人で退屈してたとこだったから。
Not at all. It's pretty boring here by myself. Tokino welcomed them into his room with a wave of his hand. He was a little leery, but there was no reason not to believe Tokino. Nevertheless, he was glad things had not changed here. Konoe wholeheartedly let himself feel relieved. He raised his ears and tail before nodding.
Whoop, whoop. Flip. You know him.
Flip.
Rai, who had been silent until now, opened his mouth. Konoe knew from his flat voice that Rai was wary of Tokino.
ああ、どうも。時野って言います。
Hello. I'm Tokino. Tokino quickly bowed his head. He looked nervous. He probably felt as daunted as Konoe did when they met Rai for the first time. When his eyes had met Rai's single blue eye, his breath had been caught.
時野、こいつは
Tokino, this guy is.
信用できるのか。
Can we trust him?
Ignoring Konoe's attempts to introduce Tokino, Rai uttered these rude words. Konoe reflexively glared at him.
なんだよ、いきなり。
What's with you all of a sudden?
信用できるのかと聞いている。
I asked you if we could trust him.
Rai cast a cold look at Tokino, then at Konoe. Tokino was the one who helped him out of trouble. Feeling a bit angry, Konoe fixed his eyes on Rai.
時野はカロウの頃からの付き合いだ。信用って言うなら、あんたよりよっぽどできる。
Tokino is my friend from back when I lived in Kado. If you wonder how much I trust him, I'd say I trust him more than I trust you.
どうだかな。
I wonder.
嫌なら出ていけばいいだろう。
If you don't like it, leave.
あの
Tokino spoke up, confused and flustered by the nervousness and tension in the air.
積もる話もあるんでしょうけど、とりあえず奥行きませんか。
If we want to catch up, we should probably head in here. It was an argument rather than a conversation, but Konoe closed his mouth, feeling sorry for putting Tokino in such a state of bewilderment. Rai cast his eye down reluctantly and sighed.
悪い。こいつはライだ。ムカついたら無視していいから。
Sorry. This is Rai. If you get sick of him, just ignore him.
He's like, hey.
You're like, what the hell?
What the hell?
Feeling like he was just stabbed, Konoe ignored Rai's piercing gaze right away. Bringing the increasingly flustered Tokino along, Konoe and Rai moved inside the room.
Boop, 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 boop.
Konoe briefly told Tokino about all that happened. Tokino listened to his story earnestly. The story ended. The sky had already become dark. Konoe exhaled slowly before biting into one of the nuts Tokino had prepared for them. Before his eyes, a bowl of water was set down. It was something Tokino had prepared just for him.
Yep, some water.
今の全部本当の話。
All that just now. It's all true?
こんなことで嘘ついても仕方ない。
I'm not the one to lie about a thing like that.
そりゃそうだよな。
That's what I figured. Yeah. Tokino averted his eyes to the floor, still looking quite doubtful. In truth, Konoe had left some things out of the story. First, he didn't talk about Fidi or the devils. He felt that talking about these things would get Tokino too involved in all this. Then, there was the part about him awakening as a Sangha. He didn't need to talk about that, and he didn't want to mention it either. He hadn't talked about Fidi to Rai either, but he intended to tell him later. Since they were working together, it was the best if he told Rai. Konoe took off his coat and shoes, and then removed his gauntlets so that Tokino could see the markings. While he swayed his tail, Tokino's gaze lingered on Konoe's arms, as if his look was boring into it.
それにしても 耳も尾も黒いと
Oh, the stream is doing that thing again.
Oh, is it? Okay.
伝説の呪いか。俺がカロへたまたま立ち寄った時にさ、この絵熱出して倒れてた時やったろ。
Okay, there.
体に変化が起こったのは翌日。
It's like I'm looking at a different cat entirely, since both your ears and tail are black. The legendary curse, huh? When I visited you in Karo that one time, you had a fever and then you collapsed, right? So this transformation happened the next day?
Yeah.
じゃあ予兆だったのかもしれないな。夢も発熱も。
Then maybe they were omens. I don't know for sure. Your dreams, and then your fever.
でもキラや野党の話とか最近出るようになった魔物のこともそうだけどさ、やっぱりなんかおかしいんだよな。
You had spoken of Kira and the bandits. Well, it turns out that demons recently started reappearing. It seems something is definitely not right.
何が？
うまく言えないんだけど、死者の国が全体的にさ、なんかこう空気が重いっていうか、おかしいというか、嫌な予感がする。
I can't say for sure, but it's all happening all over Sisa. Or something like that. It's sort of like the atmosphere is heavy or weird. I just have a bad feeling.
前にもそんなこと言ってたな。
Didn't you say something like that before?
そうだっけ。でも本当何が起こってもおかしくなさそうだな。
That's right. But I mean it. Something strange is happening. Tokino picked up his bowl and drank after he said those solemn words. Oh, hi! I miss you.
I miss you.
When they discussed the events in the forest, Konoe thought of Asuto. Was he safe? Feelings of guilt tormented him.
Do you know where the shaman lives?
Rai, who had just stopped grooming, suddenly asked this question. This cat was always so abrupt. Tokino didn't seem to be offended and simply nodded.
ああ、聞いたことはあります。森の奥の祠に住んでるっていう。
Yeah, I've heard of it. He supposedly lives in a small shrine, deep in the forest.
You know the exact location?
場所まではちょっと。呪術師に何か用が。
Sorry, Chip.
No, it's okay.
I don't know too much about the place, only the rough area. What do you need the shaman for? Do you have some business with him?
I want to ask about this guy.
Rai jerked his chin at Konoe. Although rather disgruntled, Konoe kept quiet.
You want to see if we can find a way to break the curse.
俺も実際には見たことないけど、先見ができるとかってやつですよね。確かに何か知ってるかも。
Although I've never seen it in person, he may have the ability of foresight. Surely he'd know something? Tokino stopped speaking as if something had just occurred to him, then looked at Rai.
What?
ライさんはコノエと森で会ってランセンへ連れてきたんですよね。
Rai, you met Konoe in the forest and brought him to Ransen. Oh god.
どうして
Oh, okay. I thought I froze for a second.
We're almost at the mark. Come on.
Oh fuck, I should save.
Yes, save right now.
Oh,
Right
fuck.
now.
It's been a hot minute.
Why did you do that?
言い方が悪かったら申し訳ないんだけど、あんな危険な森でたまたま出会って合流しようってことになるなんて不思議だなって。コノエもライさんも慎重だと思うし。
I'm sorry if that sounds bad, but if you met by chance in such a dangerous forest, then I wonder why you both decided to join up. I think the both of you are very prudent. It was because Konoe admitted the part about his being a Sangha. Tokino was unexpectedly perceptive. Konoe began to feel impatient. However, I didn't know that he hadn't told Tokino this. He could talk without hesitation about anything Konoe didn't dare to talk about. As if thinking about something, I watched Tokino in silence, lapping up some water. Konoe couldn't read what he was thinking. Konoe secretly tightly grasped the hem of his clothes with sweating hands.
I think we have a chance.
A chance?
I consider it at times while we plan things out. Konoe may be rough around the edges, but his strength isn't terrible. With proper guidance, he will grow.
でも、ライさんは賞金稼ぎなんですよね。弟子とかって取ったりするものなんですか?
But, Rai, aren't you a bounty hunter?
Are you taking him as your apprentice? It's not exactly like taking your little brother along.
Oh my god.
Okay, everybody, we're at the comrade stage.
We're at the comrade stage.
We're at the comrade stage.
Should time and circumstance permit it, from now on he's my comrade. If his aptitude is good, then he won't be completely useless. I can tell this by eye, in general.
By eye?
Rai nodded. One who embraces a wicked heart will become impure. If you embrace fear, you will be shaken. Even if you mask your expression and voice as well, the eyes will reveal everything, especially in the light of unexpected events.
Tokino's eyes and mouth both opened, and he let out what sounded like a sigh of admiration.
He's like, damn, he's so cool.
So you're taking Konoe?
He's like, whoa.
Whoa. Something like that.
Konoe felt a secret, deep emotion in Rai. This cat, who was the very image of selfishness, avoided the conversation as well, as if he knew what was on Konoe's mind. Besides, the way he talked seemed to value Konoe highly. Even though it was just to weasel out of the conversation, Konoe still felt slightly glad. Seemingly genuinely impressed, Tokino purred softly. If Konoe's form was seen in town, surely it would cause an uproar. In this world, his existence is that of destruction. Without a doubt, the other cats would think of him that way. But when Tokino saw him like this, he didn't change his outlook at all. Konoe was glad.
Thank you.
For what?
Yeah.
Nothing.
Tokino seemed to be taken aback, but he immediately smiled again and nudged the tip of his nose to Konoe's shoulder.
礼なんて言うなよ。驚いたけど、コノエに会えて嬉しかったし、安心した。どう？初めての乱戦は。
Don't be so formal. Even though I am surprised, I'm also glad and relieved to see you here. Konoe. So how is it? Your first time in Ransen?
すごい猫の数だな。露店も多いし、変な形の建物も多い。ひしめき合ってる感じがする。
There's so many cats. So many street vendors and buildings in weird shapes. It's hard to get through the crowds.
Whoop, sorry, give me one sec.
Did I do something wrong?
No, you're good, It's me, I'm just fixing.
Whoop, whoop, whoop. There we go. Okay.
田舎者の言葉だな。
Don't be mean to him.
I'll be right to him.
Spoken like a true country bumpkin.
黙ってろ。
You shut up.
Reflexively, Konoe swatted Rai with his tail after he cut in. How nice. At nightfall, Konoe and Rai left Tokino's house. Just to be safe, Konoe peeked around outside. He thought the twin cats may still have been there, but he didn't feel any presences nearby. To the forest we go. Rai told him they'd practice, so I remember this. So they headed to a field on the outskirts of town. Tokino said that it would be a good place to practice. The open space had decaying rocks here and there, and grass had grown densely. They were probably the ruins of the building left by the toucans. In the middle of the glade, Konoe turned to face Rai. A cold wind passed through the two cats.
双子の猫とやり合った時に思い知っただろうが、サンガにはサンガでなければ対抗できん。一刻も早く
Wow.
その能力を安定させるべきだ。
I like that he's admitting it himself.
I'm not strong enough.
I'm not strong enough, so get good. Get good right now.
I realized when I fought those twin cats, I can't face an opponent with a Sangha if I don't have one too. You should learn to control your power as soon as possible.
その前に言いたいことがある。
Before that, I have something to say.
なんだ
What?
While staring at Rai's blue eye gleaming in the moonlight, Konoe pursed his lips.
俺はあんたにいくつか話しておかなきゃならないことがある。
I have something I want to talk to you about.
言ってみろ。
Speak.
話したら後には引けなくなる。
I like you.
After I tell you, there's no going back.
ほ
Aww. Konoe's gaze fell to his feet.
俺の体、この呪いは多分俺たちが思っている以上に複雑な何かがある。仕組まれてる。
My body, this curse is probably something more complicated than we think. There's something else.
Hold on, I'm gonna crack open a cold one.
Oh, hell yes.
Let me see if you can hear it.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Fucking grip it and rip it,
Ooh,
baby.
grip it and rip it, baby.
I hear the carbonization. I hear the bubbles.
I hope that was a good one.
Fucking rip it and rip it.
Hell fucking yeah. Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, hell yeah.
It's a gingy ale.
俺は試されてる。
Someone is plotting. I feel like I'm being tested.
誰
By whom?
わからない。見えない何か。だけど大きな存在だ。俺の命なんて片手で簡単にひねり潰せるぐらいの。
I don't know. Although it's invisible, it's an enormous presence. It could easily crush my life in the palm of its hand.
あんたは俺のサンガの力が欲しいだけかもしれない。けどそれだけじゃ済まない何かが俺には起こってる。
You probably just want my powers as a Sangha, but you should know that something worse is happening to me.
Stopping with these words, Konoe slowly inhaled. The air entering his lungs was cold. He turned his eyes from his feet to Rai.
だからもし本気で俺に関わるつもりならあんたにもそれを背負ってもらうしかない。
Wow.
So if you really want to be involved with me, you have no choice but to shoulder that weight too.
多分面倒なことになる。あの双子の猫だってきっとそうだ。それでも
It'll probably be hard. Those twin cats might return. That's why.
And that was why, for some reason, he wasn't able to find the words. Konoe lowered his head again. There was no response from Rai. The silence became heavy. Unable to raise his gaze, Konoe looked at Rai's feet instead. The white tail didn't move an inch. What would he do if Rai refused? There was nothing that could be done. If they parted here, we'd walk down different paths tomorrow. Like how it was in the beginning. Before he met Rai, Konoe was always alone. It would just go back to how it was. Even so, Konoe was afraid of this for some reason. Lift up your face. Rai's tail started to sway. In response to his heightened senses, Konoe's ears flattened. He lifted his face. Rai calmly looked his way.
I should have said so before. Whatever curse may come, I won't complain, no matter how extensive it is. At this point, you can't worry about it. Everything has already been put into action.
He gave a small nod.
Whee! Therefore, don't look back. Unless you want to lose your footing and maybe even your own life. I decided my path the moment I chose to train you as my Sangha.
Oh my gosh.
Alright.
Oh my god. Oh.
Rai stepped forward, gazing into his blue eye. Konoe could not look away. Oh my god.
Sigh.
If you have time to think, then look ahead. Your true enemy isn't some curse, a formidable presence, or a tragic destiny. It's you if you don't give up. If you give up. If you don't want to lose, you must stay strong.
Rai insisted with the moon as his backdrop. Stay strong. That voice echoed distinctly in his mind. Then Konoe felt his anxiety and fear slip away and vanish. What remained afterwards surprised him. Rai was strong, not only in the physical sense, but in the ability to resist anything the world threw at him. A strength that could leave an impression on another. What was there on the other side of that? Konoe wondered.
If you understand, let's begin. We'll discuss after we return to the inn.
Konoe looked at Rai anew, as though he'd just snapped out of a dream. Rai turned his back and put some distance between them, then turned and crossed his arms. There are several ways to learn a song. Oh, sorry. That was narrating voice.
But I heard that a Sangha always has a song of their own.
We have our own song?
Maybe. Maybe it's second nature for a Sangha. First, let's see you call forth a song.
How do I do that? Well, he was on the verge of death. So...
Yeah.
Remember what it was like when your song emerged in as much detail as possible.
He didn't understand even when Rai put it that way. He controlled the urge to argue and tried to remember the situation when he sensed his song for the first time. Closing his eyes, Konoe took a deep breath and exhaled. The darkness of the memory concealed his vision. He extended an invisible hand to explore it. Certainly, that time. Rai's business rivals flew into a rage and attacked him. Pain had surged through his body, and Konoe screamed. They fought, scratching and biting. And then, sent into a spiral of pain, Konoe was washed away in a muddy stream, unable to breathe. He thought that he would drown in feelings. At that point, he heard music. That melody.
What is that?
What is that melody?
That
ダメだ。
It's no use.
Konoe forced his eyes open again. Rai watched quietly with his arms folded. Konoe noticed his forehead was beaded with sweat and he began to pant. At that moment, he definitely felt something. Konoe knew something was there. But when he tried to remember it, his body shied away. From deep inside of him, there came a sensation like that of being uprooted. He felt fear.
焦るな。
No.
全く何も感じることができなかったのか。
See, I love Rai so much because he's like, I'll be shitty and hard on you when I need to be hard on you, but you're obviously, yeah, you're trying and you're dedicated and you're listening to me. I'm gonna work with you and I'm gonna make sure that you like understand yourself well.
He's a bitch, but he's a bitch that's got something to back it up.
He's a bitch. He can back it up, and he's got his own code of ethics. I love it.
I love it.
Take it easy. Did you feel anything at all?
いや、
No.
少しでも何かを感じたなら、次はその感覚を追ってみろ。
If you feel even the slightest thing, pursue that sensation next time.
Relying on Rai's words, he closed his eyes for the second time. Breathing slowly, he pursued the lingering reverberations of the previous feelings. Extending a hand, Konoe caught the tail of a memory. The whirlpool of pain, the muddy stream, the melody he heard, the fear dashing through his mind. Konoe couldn't escape it. He wanted to close his eyes.
He wanted to open his closed eyes.
Sorry, I completely misread that.
No, it's okay.
The memory then became very vivid. It was as if Konoe was actually there. It might consume him like this. Oh, sorry, King. Cut off your grunts. Even the burning of his nerves seemingly revived. Konoe nearly collapsed. Sweat trickled down all over his body. A white flame blazed. He began to see the choppy images of something. Long, fluttering clothes. The poet? Now the bitter pain vanished, as if it had been just a lie. His field of vision was enveloped in a white flame. However, it wasn't hot. It was a flame similar to light. The sound of the rumbling, muddy stream became distant, and instead music began to sound constantly, growing stronger and stronger. The poet played but could not be seen, but Konoe knew it was him. His heart was filled with warmth. Relief spread through him. Konoe was able to breathe. Then suddenly, he felt warmth. The song, the Sangha song, wasn't to bestow power. It was not meant to be forced out either. Konoe's stomach became very warm. White flames rose from within him and wrapped him up, sending strength to every corner of his body. The fragments of the melody were unlike anything he'd heard before. This was his. When Konoe opened his eyes, he saw tendrils of light flowing from his body and moving to Rai. Rai's body glowed intensely. But then Konoe heard a sound like crackling in the air, and the light faded away. The white flame as well as the melody vanished, bringing a silence as if nothing at all had happened in the field. Yet the heat remained inside his body, and his heart still raced. Rai gazed at Konoe quietly before finally opening his mouth.
お前が目を閉じているとき、途中から歌が聞こえ始めた。ほんの一瞬だが、歌が流れ込んできたとき、力がみなぎるのを感じた。
That time, when you had closed your eyes, I began to hear bits of a song. In that instance, I truly felt full of power.
成功したのか。
So, I did it.
そういうことになるな。
It seems like it.
Yippee!
Just then, Konoe felt his strength leave him. His knees were shaking and he could stand no longer. Oh, catch me.
Oh, catch me.
When Konoe was about to tumble down, he felt something support him from the back.
Oh my god.
Oh my gosh.
When he looked up, Rai's face was before him.
Yes!
As it was expressionless, Konoe did not know what he was thinking. Reflexively, he averted his eyes as he became aware of the situation. He had been caught in his arms, in Rai's arms.
His big, strong arms.
Oh my god.
I'm alright now. Let go.
He was about to hurry and get off when Rai opened his mouth.
サンガとトウガは信頼が深ければ深いほど能力が高まる。互いの心が合わさっていなければ
Bonded pair.
個々の能
Bonded
力が
pair.
どれだけ高くても意味がない。
A bonded pair, my beloved.
Bonded pair, my beloved. I love your.
I love when the fiction has bonded pair.
Mhm.
Yes.
Yes. Good.
Yes, good.
The deep trust between a Sangha and a Toga will develop their abilities. But if both of their hearts are not as one, there is no meaning in their individual abilities. It is something you know as a bond.
How are we gonna bond?
Tell me, Rai, how are we gonna bond? Huh?
Tell me, Ryan, how are we gonna bond?
How are we gonna bond? Bonded pair. Bonded pair.
At the end of Rai's sentence was a mix of laughter and ridicule, and Konoe felt his anger boil.
俺相手じゃ無理だとでも言いたいのか。
Hmm.
You just gotta show him how, you know?
Yeah.
Just gotta show him.
He just needs a little help.
Are you saying that it's impossible to pair with me? To be a partner with me? Oops.
お前じゃない。俺の話。
What could that
This
mean?
guy, I love when my man has trauma.
When my man's have trauma.
I love when my man is traumatized. Who did you wrong? Was it a past lover?
Was it
past
a
partner?
lover?
Not you. I'm talking about me.
Did you have a bad time? And somebody died and while you were trying to protect them and you were fighting along somebody and then they died and it's something that you can think about, so you fight and you become this bounty hunter to think about all of your past traumas. And Rai, I see right through you.
Oh, if only. Maybe we'll find out.
Not
You
understanding.
had an accident. Sorry, I'm thinking about it. You had an accident, something happened, and you're like, no, I
No.
shall never walk
No.
in a pair again.
I can never love
Never work
again.
for me.
I could never.
I could never. It can't work for me.
A pair. I've never bonded again.
I can never bond again. Not after
The
the
incident.
incident.
Not understanding what Rai meant, Konoe frowned.
Rai let go of Konoe and turned away. A strange, awkward feeling floated in the air. While gazing at his back, Konoe was puzzled. He never knew what Rai was thinking. While Konoe was still baffled, suddenly Rai turned around. Okay. Oh, yes, that's right, that's right.
What kind of sword?
If you don't have any more... sorry. If you don't have any more problems, then that's enough for today. Next will be sword practice.
Ken.
Sword.
So true, King. See, this is what I say for wizards all the time. Like, bitch, put up your dukes. Put some effort into fighting. Your books can only save you so much. Well, a song...
Because then it comes time to get hand-to-hand fisticuffs. And then, you know, you're left squabbling.
Yeah.
You're weak.
And then what? What is your little squishy ass wizard self gonna do, huh?
And then what? You're gonna lay on the ground and you're gonna be like,
help me, help me, help me. God, the cleric's already healed you like 17 times. Get it together. Well, Sanka doesn't need a sword. You may never know what happened. If you have to, you must be able to raise your arms and fight. Konoe thought the same. Even with a cat like Rai around, Konoe wanted to become stronger. If he had a choice, he would rather be taught fencing than become a Sangha. But first, there was something Konoe wanted to ask. I agree, you gotta arm yourself, Konoe. He knows.
Earlier, what kind of song was it?
Your song?
Yeah.
Damn. I didn't feel anything special happen. If anything, it was just the basic song that serves to strengthen the toga.
I see.
Konoe's voice sank. He didn't feel like that was a good thing. He The basics are very important, as they're the easiest to use. From now on, you'll get better at it. If you don't, I'm going to be in trouble. Still, for a first-timer, you did well. Rai continued. At Rai's... Oh, it auto-skipped. Huh. Nope, never mind.
Oh, you should probably save.
Oh, you're right. What do you want? What do you want to ask? Something else? If there's nothing else, let us begin. Rai drew his long sword. Similarly, drawing his own sword, Konoe secretly felt his impression of Rai change. Upon first glance, Rai was a really arrogant and unpleasant cat to be around. But he was different than that. While he was indeed selfish, Rai wasn't as rigid as Konoe thought. Rather, he was very helpful. Though his way of helping was still pretty selfish as well. Shing! As they crossed their swords, Konoe thought of this for a while. By the time they finished sword training, very little remained of the night. It would soon be morning. Leaving the glade and heading to the inn, Konoe suddenly stopped and looked back. He thought he could hear something. Behind him spread the pitch-black forest. Standing alone in the darkness was a shadow. It did not reflect light, but it could be seen pretty clearly. The one seizing his strained vision was the poet.
My bestie.
Konoe's ears perked up, and he turned to face him. His tail swayed with a strangely elated feeling. His long clothes billowing, the poet plucked the strings of his lute. Bit by bit, A melody reached Konoe. Konoe was about to rush up to him when a song echoed in his ears. It grieves over the eclipsed stars. The all-seeing eye foresees the death of the heart in a darkness deeper than night. A heart that withers in sorrow, a road to a spring. It points to the depths of the forest, where a wise man lives in a shrine. A wise man in a shrine. Those words were accompanied by a soft, strange sense of transparency. The voice filled Konoe with a faint euphoria. An image spread forth into his mind. The all-seeing eye. A wise man in the depths of the forest. The poet stopped plucking the instrument and then pointed to the forest. The forest? The depths of the forest, a small shrine. The all-seeing eye. A wise man. Could it be?
Oi.
Hey. His little bristled tail. At his shoulders. As his shoulders was suddenly tapped, Konoe jumped up in surprise. All of the fur on his body bristled on end and his tail powerfully lashed against something. When Konoe turned around, Rai glared at him while scowling. It looked like Konoe had smacked him with his tail. What are you doing?
Just now.
Looking back towards the forest, Konoe was baffled once again. He didn't see the poet. Look at his face. Were you
He's
dreaming?
like, bruh.
Bruh.
It's not that.
Even though he said this, Konoe did feel like it had been a dream or an illusion. Let's go. While he walked along, Konoe kept glancing back. The poet, a fleeting reality, a mysterious presence. Just who was he? In addition, that song before was probably... Back at the inn. Once they arrived at the inn, Konoe gave Rai a summary of what happened with Firi. Rai said nothing afterwards, only nodding to show he understood. Even when he couldn't tell from appearances, Konoe thought that strangely, it did not seem to have affected Rai. As he curled up on the bed, that song continued to echo through Konoe's head, the song of the illusory poet. He slept a little for the rest of the night, reciting the lyrics in his head over and over.
Sorry if you hear me shuffling.
I'm
trying to get adjusted.
The next day, dazzling rays poured in through the window with the moon of light high in the sky. Ever since he woke up, that song from last night was still stuck in Konoe's mind. Having already repeated it in his head many times, Konoe even hummed it to himself. From the time he had woken up, he was still concerned about the song from last night. Although he had thought about it for a long time, Konoe still couldn't wrap his head around it. But he did have an idea as to what it meant. Maybe it was. Konoe thought about asking Rai.
It's about the shaman.
He said, sitting up and fixing his clothes. What? Clasping the buckles on his coat, Rai turned around.
Yesterday, at the Grove, a forest on the other side of town. I think he's probably there.
That white, bushy tail made a large swing. Rai stared directly at Konoe. How do you know something like that?
Last night, I heard a song as we were coming back from that grove.
A song.
俺がよく見る歌うたいの猫がいて、それでこう歌ったんだ。
The poet that I often see was there, and he sang something like this.
すべてを見通すその眼指し示すは森の奥、祠に住まう賢人よって。それで歌うたいは森を指さした。
The all-seeing eye, pointing to the depths of the forest where a wise man lives in a shrine, and then the poet pointed into the forest.
そいつはその後どうしたんだ？
What happened to him afterwards?
知らない。あんたが俺に声をかけたら消えた。
I don't know. When you called out at me, he disappeared.
Rai's gaze dropped to the floor. He was silent as if he were lost in thought. His white tail restlessly swayed back and forth.
信じられんな。
I don't believe it.
でも俺はそいつを何回か見てる。カロでもランセンでも。
But I've seen him many times, both in Kato and in Roundsen.
信用できる証拠でもあるのか？
Have any good evidence?
それは。
That...
Just trust him.
Just trust me, bro.
Just trust me, bro. Konoe's eyes fell to his feet when it was his turn to reply. In truth, he had also doubted whether he could believe it. Still, Konoe lifted his face.
証拠はない。けど俺はあいつが敵だとは思えない。直感でそう思う。
Sorry, I was adjusting. Hold on.
That's okay.
This office chair is not comfy.
I know you have to shrimp so much and yeah.
Gotta shrimp. I don't have any proof. That being said, I also don't think that he's an enemy. I just have that feeling.
ただの願望じゃないのか？
Isn't it just wishful thinking?
違う。
No.
No!
No.
Rai's icy gaze came down on him.
What?
His
What?
icy gaze?
It what on him?
Oh. One to be outdone, Konoe glared right back. Though light flooded the room, the atmosphere turned frigid. His stare clashed with Rai's. Looking away meant admitting defeat. Konoe clenched his fists, feeling like he was about to break a sweat when Rai gave him a small smile.
Gave a small sigh.
Oh, sorry. I see what I want to see. Stubborn, aren't you? The frozen air between them cracked open at his condescending voice. But Konoe let out a deep sigh as well.
どっちにしろ呪術師の居場所はわからないんだろう。
This is like my favorite Rai face.
I know, because he's just like...
Ah. Come on, man.
Either way, why don't we know... We don't know where to find the shaman, right? Yeah, I mean, it can't hurt from just like, what, the worst, you go out to the forest, you have
walk
a day
around.
out, you go back.
Yeah, it's fine.
そうだ。
That's right.
なら闇雲に探すよりはずっといい。
So this beats looking around blindly. Yeah, exactly.
罠だとしたら。
Might be a trap.
その時はその時だ。今考えることじゃない。
We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Wow, I know how to say conjectures, and I was thinking about saying it, and I can't say the rest of it. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. We can't make conjectures now.
Rai lowered his face slightly and scoffed.
やはりお前は早死にするな。
Like I thought, you'll die young.
あんたに言われたくない。
I don't want to hear that coming from you.
At Konoe's retort, the corners of Rai's mouth curved in amusement.
He likes that he bites.
He likes that he bites. Look at these buildings.
Little too real.
Little too, huh? Concrete. That's crazy.
Concrete.
Concrete, baby. Yeah, concrete.
Concrete. That's why the cats love it.
Exactly, 100%, because it's concrete. And all the cats love it. They all came here and they're like, oh yeah, baby, concrete.
Concrete.
In the
My
end.
stepson, he loves concrete.
My stepson, please. He loves concrete.
He loves concrete so much.
In the end, they decided to look in the forest as the poet's song instructed. Konoe and Rai left the inn and returned to the field on the outskirts of town. It felt like it took so long when walking at night, but it wasn't so bad during the day somehow. Before, it looked like the glade was overgrown with lush grass, but Konoe could see now that it wasn't. But past the glade, all he could see was the forest, still and imposing in the daylight as it was at night. Because he had already spent so much time in the forest, he didn't really want to go in, but Konoe had no choice. And Rai set foot into the lush foliage. The forest was thick like that north of Karo, but it was different from the forest that was attacked by the void to the south of Ransan. A small road meandered through the woods, and unless one veered very far from it, it would be hard to get lost here. The air seemed different too. It seemed heavier in the forest where the void lurked, like something was watching them.
A small shrine.
Ah,
Yeah.
To their left, moss-covered cliffs jutted out. But other than that, the scenery remained invariably the same. They continued to walk in silence, wary of their surroundings. Rai abruptly stopped and stared at a specific point. Hey. Following Rai's gaze, Konoe also turned his head. There was a place where the edge of a green rock face crumpled off. As if purposely hidden, tall grass grew around it.
This might be a path.
Konoe turned towards that cliff. While he pushed through the grass that uncomfortably grew up to his face, Konoe felt a strange muddy sensation under his feet. Rai's white tail stood taut as they walked between the gaps in the face of the stone. Accordingly, Konoe's tail did so as well.
This is my hole. This hole was made for me.
This hole was made for me.
His eyes were glued to the scene before him. It was a small shrine.
Well, where are we?
There it is. Wow, that is kind of distance. There was a hole in the face of the rock, bordered by a black, inscription-like pattern.
Is it here?
ah.
Yeah.
A shiver ran through the base of Konoe's tail. It was filled with both tension and an odd exaltation. They had finally reached their goal. It was that kind of feeling.
I think you know this, but be careful.
Rai stepped forward, his hand on the hilt of his sword. Konoe carefully followed him into the shrine. Oh my god, I think I have to sneeze. Ha, ha. Oh god, hold on. Ha. Nope, it's gone. Fuck. Fuck.
Oh.
No.
Ugh.
No, it's gone. Well, we'll see if it comes back. Inside it was dark, but they could travel on with just the light that entered from outside. The air was damp with moisture, but the walls were dry to the touch. Both were cold, so it didn't feel intolerable. Their footsteps echoed through the narrow space, his ears picking up even the smallest sounds. Konoe proceeded on, keeping up his guard. There was no sign of a presence at all. No, there was probably someone inside who was deliberately hiding their presence. With such a feeling, Konoe became increasingly cautious. After a while, he saw a faint light ahead of them. To be exact, it was a reflected light. At the end of the cave, there was a right turn, and a torch was raised on the wall immediately beyond this turn. Before them stood an altar, and a cat beside it.
Oh.
Both Rai and Konoe stopped at the bend in the corner. They saw the cat's back straighten ahead.
You're the shaman who can foresee the future.
Rai's strong voice shook the stagnant air. The cat who stood at the altar turned around to face them, his clothes rustling.
I love his design.
Isn't it cool?
Oh my god. This is like peak something that's for me. Oh my god, I love it.
You found me.
A calm and low voice contradicted his carefree words. He seemed the same age as Rai, or maybe a little older. Clad in many ornaments, his pale green eyes narrowed as a laugh carried through the wind. His ears and tail were gray with white tips. Receiving the light of the torch, his face was bordered with a deep shadow. There are not many who know this place. He swayed his tail gracefully and approached Konoe and Rai, unabashedly examining their faces in turn. The cat seemed to be having fun. His eyes were sparkling with a mischievous light. This is interesting. Last night, something odd did occur in the stars. Indeed, this must be it.
Answer me. Are you the shaman?
How rude. Oh, sorry, King. Don't be in such a hurry. Impatience gets nothing done. I'm surely the person the world refers to as such, although I cannot know. He seemed to speak in archaic speech. He was also filled to the brim with self-confidence, yet it remained elusive. His gaze darted back and forth, then stopped on Konoe. The shaman narrowed both eyes. Ooh, damn.
Damn.
Wow.
You're especially repulsive.
What's happened here? Let's see.
何かわかるのか?
Do you know something? Sorry, I got distracted.
Sorry.
Do I? At his excessive stare, Konoe averted his face. He was hiding, but perhaps this cat already knew, or maybe he really could not tell. When Konoe thought about it, he felt the urge to leave. Then the shaman suddenly extended his arm and removed Konoe's hood by force. Reflexively, Konoe put a hand on his sword. However, the shaman did not heed Konoe's aggression. The mood changed completely. A sharp light flashed in his eyes, which were narrowed in amusement. Different from Rai's, they were like a myriad of needles. In response, Konoe held his breath.
There are others as well. Show them to me.
These others probably meant his tail and the markings. Konoe felt the urge to resist the suspicious spirit of that cat, but he had come to ask about his body after all. Konoe silently presented his tail before his body. Yes, presented his tail before his body and took the gauntlets off his arms. Oh. The shaman grasped Konoe's tail in his arm. Konoe almost cried out when his arm and tail were grabbed, but he endured and choked back his voice. Rai gazed at this development in silence. There is no mistake. This is the curse that has been spoken of since olden times. With a nod, the shaman raised his face. The sharpness in his eyes had vanished without a trace. So then, what exactly has brought you here?
We're looking for a way to break the curse.
A way to break the curse, the shaman echoed with a light inflection. He laughed as if he'd been faced with something terribly funny. What an amusing idea that is. A way to break the curse. How interesting.
Is there a way?
I don't know of one. To begin with, I do not know whether or not it can be broken.
It's a fool's errand.
The shaman turned to Rai with bored eyes. I told you not to be in such a hurry, since such an impatient cat. Well, I'm interested since you came all this way. Before he even finished speaking, the shaman's face drew before Konoe's eyes with an intense vigor. Konoe was speechless before his twinkling eyes. Behind you, I see a large shadow.
Shadow?
そうじゃ。とてつもなく強大な力。それがお主の魂を手の中に捉え、檻のように閉じ込めておる。心当たりがあるのではないか?
Yes, it is. An incredible power that can trap your soul in its hand and shut it inside of a cage. Do you have any clue about what it may be? When he asked this, Fidi's face came into mind right away. The existence that Fidi had spoken about.
Why me? What for?
さてな。ただ、お主は少々変わった星のもとに生まれておるようじゃ。未来が闇に包まれておる。
I wonder, you were born under a strange star. Your future is shrouded in darkness. Shaman narrowed his eyes as if to focus. He was staring right at the middle of Konoe's face. It cannot be seen. No, rather than that. There is nothing. The future itself is empty.
未来がない。
Future empty?
Moving away from Konoe, the shaman nodded, smiling calmly.
死ぬのか。
Is it death?
そうではない。すべてはお主の行動次第ということじゃ。
It is not so. It all depends on how you will act. Konoe was becoming more and more confused. He had never given something like that, like the future, much thought until now. Tomorrow, you could either live or be sacrificed. Those were the things Konoe concerned himself with. However, when the future was thrust at him like this, uneasiness rose from the pit of his belly. The verdict of death would have been better than dealing with these unpleasant, vague feelings. His vision wavered, and he gripped the altar. Konoe's fingers touched something that seemed like decorations, and something crossed his mind for an instant. Blazing crimson flame. This was a memory. The memory of something. In a panic, Konoe quickly drew his hand back. Out of the corner of his eyes, he could see Rai's eye narrowing. Oh. The shaman's eyes slowly brushed over the ornaments on the altar in Konoe's face. You saw something. What fun! Why don't you look a little closer? As the shaman stood before Konoe, he smiled and held both of his hands out. Konoe reflexively pulled his hands away. He couldn't read what the shaman was thinking at all. Though he appeared calm, Konoe found the cat to be rather creepy. Why don't you lower your ears? Or why do you lower your ears? I won't bite. I just need a closer look. Even if there is no way to break the curse, you won't have visited for nothing. The shaman threw a narrowed look at Rai for a second. Rai stayed silent, without a change in his expression. The shaman took Konoe's hand once again. He's checking with his partner first before it's okay. This time, a wind passed before his eyes. And it's not okay.
Don't touch him.
Don't touch him. Scram!
Scram!
Leave her alone!
Hey, leave her alone. Scram!
She doesn't want to talk to you.
That's me, actually.
It's my favorite thing I've ever seen.
Her alone.
Leave her alone. Get out of here. Rai thrust out his sword, dividing the shaman and Konoe. Without flinching, the shaman gave Rai a sidelong glance. Sharp light dwelled in his eyes. What do you intend to do? What you said so far is true. You believe it to be a lie. I have no reason to trust you. Taking a step back and pushing the sword away with his fingertip, the shaman chuckled. If that's the case, I must know. What exactly do you trust in? Should it be something visible? Or rather, should it have the consent of many? On the other hand, let me ask you, is there any evidence that you are who you say you are? Is there evidence that this reality is reality? Whoa. Whoa. Don't say that, man. That's what I think. What if it's all a dream? Maybe you've been...
Could it be?
Could it be? Who knows? Maybe you've been in bed all this time, and without even knowing it, you've been dreaming for a long, long time. Any more? Oh, no? Okay. The world is already being overtaken by the void, the land becoming a desolate place. However, if this world is your dream, and thus your reality, it will remain so.
良いか。何をもって信用とするか、現実とするか。それを決めるのは自分自身じゃ。周りではない。
Do you understand? What is reality? What is trust? You must decide this for yourself. It's not up to your surroundings. The cold air strained like a thin sheet of ice. The occasional dry popping of the torch sounded like something foreign. Both Rai and the shaman glared at each other in silence. If you understand, sheathe your sword. A low tone gently shattered that thin ice. Rai didn't break eye contact, but he sheathed his sword. Ah. Overall, you are the one who must decide. Go on then. Konoe realized his gaze was on Rai. He wondered if Rai had met his eyes intentionally. What the shaman had said just now was true. Rai understood it too. It wasn't necessarily bad to doubt, but rejecting everything meant you had nothing left. With so many things happening, what should he believe? And what should he doubt? Only Konoe could decide that. Credible evidence was just one of many things one needed to take into account.
Oh, hold on. My eye itches. Ugh. If you see something, I want to know. I want you to tell me.
その息じゃ。何が大切なのか見失わないようにせんとな。
That's the spirit. That is what is most important. You must not lose sight of it. Nodding and chuckling in satisfaction, the shaman took hold of both of Konoe's hands. This time, Konoe meekly obeyed. The hands of the shaman were clammy and awfully cold. My god, this is exactly how I told fortunes. Now look into my eyes. Keep your eyes on me. Green eyes peered into Konoe. Although he felt a strange force drawing him in, Konoe kept looking straight ahead of his own will. Now then, keep still. Still. His low whisper tickled the fur of Konoe's ears like a feather. The shaman's pupils were thin slits, and the green eyes gradually narrowed. For some reason, Konoe's eyes were drawn to those before him, even though a chill ran down his spine. Konoe felt his own pupils were coaxed into narrowing, and a strange shock ran through him, as though his fur was being struck the wrong way. Oh, we're green.
Oh, green.
Before long, a green light clouded his vision and swayed like a living creature, blocking Konoe's view and wrapping around him. Gasp. Konoe's eyes grew wide in surprise. The green film cleared to reveal the smiling shaman. Both of his caught hands were set free. In the palms of his hands, sweat had formed.
Sorry, I'm adjusting again. Did you see something?
4つの影。
Four shadows.
4つの影。
Four shadows?
お主の魂を取り囲むように4つの影が見えた。あれは猫ではない。
As if they were enveloping your soul. I saw four shadows. They were not cats. He was shocked at these words. Soon, unpleasant thoughts crossed through his Konoe's mind. The smile had vanished from the shaman's face.
あれは猫ならざるもの。もっと邪悪な、もっと純粋な念を抱いた魂じゃ。おそらく。
They were not cats. They were more wicked. More pure in soul, perhaps.
悪魔じゃないか。
Aren't they devils?
Konoe blurted out, leaning forward.
その通り。
I believe so. Rai, who had kept quiet all along, furrowed his brows. Was it true after all? Konoe was convinced. What did these four shadows mean?
まさか悪魔が4匹もいるっていうのか。
It can't be. I mean, there's 4 devils?
今のところそうなる。4色の異なった強大な魂がお主を取り巻いておる。
At present, it appears so. 4 different colors of powerful souls surround you.
The fur on Konoe's tail bristled on end. Of those he had fought, there were a red shadow and a yellow shadow. So this meant there was still more to come.
悪魔が一つの魂に張り付くなど珍しいことじゃ。しかも4ついっぺんになどまずありえん。
For the devils to cling to one soul is peculiar. Moreover, 4 at once is practically impossible.
お主の存在が少々特殊なこともあるのかもしれんが、やはり裏で糸を引く存在がおる。
Perhaps your existence is special in some way. But still, there could be a presence luring them as well.
それもまたお主の魂を捉えておる大きな影の仕業じゃ。
It is the work of the larger shadow that's captured your soul.
そいつは何者なんだ。
Who is this?
それは私にもわからん。
That, I also do not know.
Just who was it and why? Rushing through his head were questions that went unanswered. Konoe felt dizzy.
だが見えたのは悪いことばかりではない。お主を加護する者もまたおる。
But I did not only see bad things. There is also someone granting you divine protection.
加護。
Divine protection?
ああ、さほど大きくはないが、強い力を持った魂じゃ。引っ張りだこでお主も大変よの。
Yes, while not particularly big, it is a soul with great strength. A presence desired by many.
悪魔は呪いに何か関係があるのか。
Do the devils have something to do with the curse?
ないというわけではなさそうじゃな。
No.
I told you it is not quite like that.
本体がどこにいるかわかるか。
Do you know where their true bodies are?
まさか戦う気か。
Don't tell me you intend to fight them.
その大きな影とやらがわからないでしょう。わかるものから片付けていくしかない。分身らしい影は見ている。本体もどこかにいるはずだ。
Since I don't know anything about the large shadows, all I can do is take care of the parts I do understand. They seem to be altars. If you look at their shadows, their true bodies should be somewhere too.
本気で言っとるのか。
Are you serious?
嘘をついてどうする。
Are you saying that I'm lying?
悪魔を知らんわけではなかろう。
You don't know about the devils, do you?
無論承知の上。
Of course, I know about their packs.
The shaman covered his mouth with his hands, but still his laughter escaped.
何がおかしい。
What the hell's so funny?
Rai turned a fierce look to him in response to his rather eerie laughter.
いや、愉快愉快。面白いの。無謀にも程があるわ。悪魔を相手に挑もうとはな。
It's like you got spunk, bud.
No, that's funny. That's funny. How interesting. How very reckless. Wanting to challenge a devil. I like it.
The shaman's voice became a loud guffaw, and Rai's displeasure intensified so much that Konoe could feel it. Konoe was genuinely worried Rai would just lash out and take the shaman down. The shaman extended his arm to where Konoe had entered.
この森を抜ける て森へ入り、奥へ進めば4色の光に満ちた地に出る。私に見えるのはその場所じゃ。しかし、
When you exit this forest, you will reach a small village. Past this village, enter the forest, and before you will appear a place filled with the light of 4 colors. It is a place only I can see. But... The shaman's green eyes gazed at Rai, then moved to Konoe.
このぶっきらぼうなオスはお主と親しい間柄なのか。随分と献身的なように見えるが。
Already? Oh my god.
Oh my god. Do you get along well with this rude cat? He seems to be very devoted to you.
Yeah.
No.
No.
そいつはサンガだ。
This guy's a Sangha. Oh. With an amused voice, the shaman looked at Konoe again in surprise and smiled.
なるほど、サンガとは本当に珍妙な星のもとに生まれついておるの。
I see. He is a Sangha. Quite an odd star you were born under. Konoe felt complex feelings and turned away, meaninglessly staring at the trinkets on the altar. He had been sure that by listening to the shaman's words, he would be another step closer to the answer of this riddle of a curse. But instead, the mystery just turned into even greater blackness, approaching Konoe as if it was waiting to swallow him. How would they even fight the devils?
そう案じるな。お主の歌はきっとこの世界を揺さぶるだろう。
Do not worry. Do not worry so. A song of yours will surely shake this world. Konoe turned to see the shaman gently smiling. It was timed as if he had completely read his mind. Shake the world? His song? The shaman's gaze turned it in Rai's direction.
それにしても、お主の慎重すぎるその性格。なるほどな。
Even so, you must be careful. I see it. Rai... Paled? Is it supposed to be paled? Is that a typo?
Paled.
Shouldn't there be an eye?
No, if that was paled, then that would be like a pail of water. Pale, like your skin tone.
Oh, yes, I understand. Yep.
Yeah.
It is spelled right. Rai paled slightly. You saw it?
見えたな。まあ、光あらば影もまた必ずある。誰にでもあることよ。
I saw. Where there is light, there must be shadow. It is so for anyone. Rai's expression turned into one of anger for the first time. He gave the shaman a powerful glare. The cat must have seen something about Rai. His past? While Konoe felt that he wanted to know, he was hesitant to ask.
さあ、これ以上教えられることはもうないぞ。行くならとっとと行くがいい。
Now then, I can tell you no more. If you are going, then it would be better to leave quickly. With a flutter of a hand, the shaman exhaled a weary sigh. Judging by his tone and attitude, this cat couldn't have been who he seemed. Just how old was he?
行くぞ。
Let's go. Rai abruptly took his leave. Before he did so, too, Konoe turned back to the shaman.
金は
Sorry, something happened. Money.
金？
Oh,
ああ、
money.
必要ない。
Sorry.
この祠に住んでもうずいぶん長いこと経つ。金など宝の持ち腐れじゃ。それ。
A useless treasure. Money? Oh, I don't need it. I've lived in this shrine for a very long time. Money is a useless treasure. Besides... With an amused smile, he faintly purred while swaying his tail.
正直、長すぎる時に退屈しておったところでな。
Oh, he's gonna peace out.
He's gonna be like that gif of the guy
Yeah.
who just like evaporate.
Honestly, I've become bored being in this place for far too long. I've had some fun. I'm grateful for this.
Oh, sorry.
Now, an overwhelming calamity may befall you. You may feel overwhelmed and succumb to anxiety. However, by all means, you cannot be shaken. Do not forget this. Only now did those green eyes seem to have a sincere light. Konoe stopped while he was still right behind Rai, looked back and nodded firmly.
Sorry if I was distracted. Somebody tried to call me, and I was like,
Oh, whoopsies.
Don't know who it was. Probably a spam number.
Probably spam. Whoops. Oopsies. Let's see, what time are we at? Are you good to go a little bit longer?
How long is a little bit longer?
30 minutes, maybe?
Oh, yeah. I'm good for like 30 more minutes.
Okay.
I do have to shower today.
Yeah.
I feel gross.
Yeah. We'll just have just a little bit longer.
Yeah.
Oh, let me make sure. Hold on.
Oh, no.
Oops.
Okay.
I didn't read that.
Save,
It's fine.
Save right now. Okay. Wow. We've gone almost 6 hours.
Almost. So to be fair though, before we had starting this, it did crash when I was like setting things up. So that was our one crash, but it wasn't on stream. So I would consider this a success.
Yes.
Hell yeah.
We're doing it.
We're doing it. Lamento, she's happening.
He'd realized they'd been in the shrine for a very long time. While they walked through the forest back to the city, Rai suddenly opened his mouth.
Let's go to the place the shaman talked about.
Didn't you say we couldn't trust him?
We don't have any other clues.
Or what if it's a trap?
We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. You said that before, didn't you?
When they reached the town, the massive cats and strange buildings spread out before them, dyed with the light of dusk. It was like a strange mass writhing in a red sea. Shaman's story was confusing, his words inscribed into Konoe's mind. However, their meaning gradually seeped into the depths of his chest as time went by. Several devils, an existence that gripped his future. It seemed like an unbelievable story, but he could—
God, this music's bumping.
I know. I'm like,
ooh, yeah.
Throwing it
Ooh,
back.
get him. Throwing it back.
Get him.
Ooh.
Ooh, yeah, ooh.
But he couldn't imagine that impossibly old shaman was lying to them either. Perplexed, he didn't know where to go from here. I don't know if this is goat bed. I don't think so.
It does not sound like open, but I could be wrong.
He couldn't think clearly. Letting out a melancholy sigh, Konoe returned to the inn with Rai.
I'm back at the inn, baby.
They passed by a vacant reception desk and went up to the second floor, entering the room. Inside the room was dyed in vermilion by the setting moon. Rai stepped to the window and peered out at the town. He opened his mouth.
Huh, he's like, bitch, we're going. Let's leave the city immediately.
We have to go.
We have to go.
こうしていても無駄なだけだ。それに表通りのど真ん中で狙われてさ。
You don't want to hang out in the room just a little longer?
Come on,
Come on.
You don't wanna
Just
hang
a,
out with me
just a
for-
little bit. Just
for
a
just a
little bit.
There's some stuff in the room, you know, we haven't seen.
You know.
Our goal
We
has
haven't seen everything.
our goal has become clear now. Staying here would just be a waste of time. Besides, if you were to be attacked on the main road, it'd cause a riot. We can't do anything in this town.
That was certainly right. But there was one cat who crossed Konoe's mind. Tokino.
Oh!
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 Oh! Like you overcome with throes of worry, just like, oh!
Love him.
He gave them shelter, but more than that, any other cat would have become distant upon knowing the truth of Konoe. But as always, Tokino welcomed him with a smile. Konoe couldn't just leave without saying anything. But on the other hand, he also thought that maybe it was better not to get Tokino involved. He didn't have the right or the will to disturb Tokino's peaceful life. He didn't want to involve him. Tokino might already have been in danger by helping to hide Konoe and Rai. Still, if they left now, Konoe didn't know when he'd see him once more. He might never meet Tokino again. Konoe wanted to at least say goodbye.
I'm scared he's either dead or he's gonna be like, that's him!
That's
I've
him.
come to bring her back! And then I'm gonna be really sad.
We'll find out. After thinking about it, he decided to go meet Tokino, hesitant to leave without another word. If they could just meet and talk face to face, he could leave the town.
出る前に寄りたいところがある。
Before we leave, there's somewhere I wanna go.
トキノ
Tokino.
How'd you know? You knew?
当たり前だ。
It's obvious.
Rai raised his chin a bit and scoffed, his tail flickering.
Flicking.
Oh,
いいか
sorry.
らさっさとしろ。
If you're going, do it quickly.
Rai finished speaking and headed for the door. Konoe followed behind him. At the reception desk on the first floor, there was a cat who was substituting as the inn clerk. They finished their lodging price's final calculations at the desk and moved to leave town.
Goodbye, our beautiful inn.
Goodbye.
On the main street, the cats busily rushed to and fro. It was just like always. Everyone carried packages in their arms. It was almost night, so this must have been the time when the cats thrived the most. Rai's white tail flicked occasionally, like a signal.
Do you think that they get the zoomies?
I want to say yes. I want to believe more than anything that Asato definitely gets the zoomies.
Oh my god.
And he's like, I gotta go. Whoa, we gotta go.
We gotta go. And Konoe's like, whoa.
Whoa. Rai's the kind of cat that just like sits in the other room and stares at you.
Yeah.
And he's like watching.
He's like, I wish you die.
Trying his best not to get lost,
Konoe followed it through the crowded street. Okay.
Stop it.
After they walked for a while, they entered a side road that continued to the other side of the town. Moving on to a somewhat broader path, he saw Tokino's small but cozy house. When he knocked on the door, he heard the shuffling sound of footsteps on the other side.
どちら様?
Who is it? The door opened just a sliver, and it was Tokino who peeked out for an instant from the gap, yeah. His eyes went wide with surprise when he saw Konoe and Rai.
あ、この絵たちか。なんだ、どうしたの？わざわざ来てくれるなんて。
Huh? Konoe and Rai? Hey, what's up?
You came all this way for me?
Tokino smiled broadly, Normally he'd feel relief, but now that smile roused bitter feelings in Konoe.
いや、そろそろ街を立つから挨拶にと思って。
Well, we're about to leave the city. We came to say goodbye. Sorry, I was thinking about them kissing goodbye.
Sorry, I blanked out. I was thinking about them kissing.
I was thinking about them doing a lot of things to say goodbye. I was like zoning out.
Everybody. As it should be. As it should be.
I truly am just Fudanshi brain all the time.
It's like, God, what if they kissed right now? Oh shit, sorry.
I was thinking about so many things. I was like, what if he did this? This? What about this?
Right now? Tokino blinked several times, then nodded.
随分急だな。なんだ、もっと早くに言ってくれれば見送る準備とかしたのに。
That's pretty sudden.
You're so sweet.
If you told me earlier, I'd have prepared some provisions for you guys.
ごめん。
You're so sweet. I'm sorry.
いや、いいよ。謝ることじゃないだろ。いろいろ事情があるんだろうし。
It's okay. Don't apologize. Things happen, right? Konoe was filled with apologetic feelings as Tokino shook his head. Though he was glad he could just happily laugh it off, it also hurt in a way.
またランセンには来るんだよな。
Yes. For you.
Maybe. You'll come back to Ransen again, right?
そのつもりだ。
I intend to.
その時は絶対に顔見せてくれ。じゃなきゃ、この絵は死んだって思うからな。
Show your face around here when you do, or I'll think you died or something.
ひどいな。
That's so cute. That's mean.
ひどいだろ?
It is mean. They burst out in laughter. Konoe'd miss him.
Kiss him goodbye.
Kiss him.
Kiss him goodbye.
After he stared at Tokino's face, Konoe gently pushed the tip of his nose against his shoulder. He felt Tokino nuzzle his shoulder in turn. Little kitty nuzzled.
I know.
気をつけて。無事を祈ってる。
Take care.
Kitty snuggles.
I'll pray for your safety.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Yeah, you too.
Little nuzzles.
Little kitty.
Little
nuzzles.
kitty nuzzles. They gave each other a soft purr. When they pulled away, Tokino was smiling, his tail raised and waving left to right. Konoe raised his own tail slightly in response.
Right.
Right,
just like, oh my fucking god.
Okay, whatever.
Whatever happened here, but okay. Let's go.
He turned back with Rai. Looking over his shoulder, he flicked his tail one more time at Tokino. There was a suffocating feeling in his chest, as though it was being tightened with a slender thread. But Konoe kept walking without looking back.
Save.
Saved. I'm thinking it might actually be better to pause here.
Yeah?
Let's see where we at.
Well, I mean, we just saved. Oh.
Yeah. Just because we're getting into the next,
Arc.
Yeah. So it might be better to stop here.
Like a little bit.
You want to go a little bit longer? Yeah.
Like a little bit more.
Like a little bit more. Yeah, sure.
Just a little bit.
Yeah, that's fine. They stocked up lightly at the street vendors before they left town, then headed towards the other side of the grove and set foot in the forest again. The forest wasn't dangerous like the Void Forest, but Rai lit a torch to help guide them through the dark gloom of night. Konoe disliked fire, but he didn't try to move away or raise any suspicion. though he'd be even more aggravated if Rai discovered his weakness. He wondered if they reached the path to the shaman's shrine soon. It was so dark he could barely see the rock face to their left through the shadows. Did the place the shaman spoke of truly exist? As they walked endlessly through the night forest, such thoughts floated through Konoe's mind. If the shaman was lying, they would have come this far for nothing. But they had no choice but to believe him and continue on. For a while, Konoe thought that about the dangerous uncertainty of their trip.
We'll stop here for today,
Rai said without turning back. Then he moved off the road to walk further into the glade.
I thought it said globe for a second.
Yes.
I was like, globe.
The globe.
Stopping on an inconspicuous path a little ways from the main road, they gathered nearby branches and leaves and put a torch in the middle of them. The flame flared upwards for an instant, then fell quiet again. Although Konoe thought that the blazing flames were beautiful, he felt a slight fear. While Konoe listened to the sounds of crackling fire, Rai sat down. Konoe also sat down a short distance away. Oh, are we gonna talk? Campfire talking time?
Campfire kissing time.
Oh my god. For a while they sat together in silence. Only their ears flicked in every direction, alert to their surroundings. He was certain that there was nothing particularly suspicious around. They made sure they could hear no suspicious sounds like footsteps or gloves curling around weapons. He trailed his tongue along his arm to groom, unintentionally closing his eyes in comfort. Feeling like it had been a long time since he had done this, Konoe carefully licked himself. He glanced up to see Rai grooming as well.
It's so cute. I love that it's just a thing that they do.
It's just what they do. What if we groomed each other? Oh, huh?
Gosh.
Oh my god.
Yes. Oh yes.
Oh my god. While grooming, he wasn't as concerned about the fire. Just then, something pierced the silence.
You don't like fire.
Konoe was about to lick by his elbow when he halted. He looked at Rai, who had already finished grooming and was now staring at him. Under the impression that he hadn't noticed, Konoe's heart leapt. Konoe turned to the side and pretended to be at ease so Rai couldn't notice his anxiousness. Mm-hmm.
Not really.
You avoided it while we were walking too. While we were walking now too.
Oh, it's fine. I read that. I understood.
Well, I didn't really intend to bring it up anyway.
Even if Rai didn't mean it that way, Konoe felt a little agitated at his mocking tone.
Hungry?
Now he's upset.
Not really.
Suspecting that Rai scoffed at him, Konoe turned with a strong look when something flew towards him. He quickly grabbed it. It was a dried fruit the size of his fist. Rai had a fruit in his own hand as well, biting into it with a nonchalant face as if nothing had happened. Slowly, Konoe began to wonder if Rai actually cared about him. Hee. Konoe messed with the fruit.
He does. He does.
Konoe messed with the fruit in his palm for a while, feeling displeased, and bit into it with some reluctance. A sweet and sour flavor spread through his mouth. Suddenly feeling very hungry, he quietly continued to eat. In the ensuing silence, Rai stopped eating and looked up, his ears perking up at once. He put his hand on the hilt of his longsword. Konoe's ears shot up as well and surveyed his surroundings. The fur on his tail swelled right away, and tension flooded over him. All the hair on his body bristled on end. He felt anxious. An intense bloodlust. It was just for an instant, but he definitely felt it. Something was there. Konoe's ears lowered warily, and he slowly drew the sword at his waist. Suddenly, Konoe felt a shock hit his chest. The impact spread and gradually turned to pain. He was tormented by a dull headache and a strange ringing in his ears. Was this empathy? The moment he thought this, a muddy stream of turbulent emotions suddenly flowed into him. His breathing seemed to stop. Feelings of intense rage, the urge to kill. He felt like he was about to be crushed. His lips broke open and he breathed. He knew this. These words suddenly flooded through his mind. While enduring this bitter pain and desperation, he thought that he felt this sensation before. From where? From whom? Suddenly, the thicket beside them shook. A shadow blacker than darkness. As he stared wide-eyed, it jumped and attacked Rai with spectacular speed. Vast quantities of bloodlust seemed to surge over his skin like an electric current. Oh my god, new sprite.
Oh my gosh. His arms.
Yeah. What a beautiful swordsman.
So pretty.
He.
An intense, high-pitched sound threatened to shatter his eardrums. Rai poised his sword horizontally and took the hit that came down from above. The black shadow bared its fangs and gave a roar that shook the earth. Konoe frowned at that figure. It couldn't be. No. There was no mistaking it. The owner of these emotions. No! Asata?
Why is he here?
Oh, that was your line.
Babe, why are you here?
Babe, oh my god, don't look.
Why are you here? Oh my god, I'm sorry I left. Asato. I'm sorry I left, babe. I love you.
The ears of the black shadow twitched when Konoe called out his name. Rai pushed back with his sword and jumped backward as soon as the shadow dropped his guard. But the shadow was quick to react, and it immediately pressed back towards Rai. His long black tail fluttered behind him like an afterimage. Silver was enveloped in darkness.
Cut it out.
Konoe shouted, feeling like he was burning up with aggravation. As if in response, his chest ached. The shadow was just about to swing his sword down when it stopped moving altogether, as if it froze in time. Rai didn't stop. He plunged into the shadow and an ear-splitting sound roared once again. Following it was the sound of something falling to the ground. Konoe's eyes opened wide. The figure of a dazed shadow who'd lost his sword reflected in them.
Asato. Is that you? Is it you, Asato?
The face glaring at Rai now turned around awkwardly. Deep blue eyes slowly focused on Konoe. Stern look on his face relaxed as his eyebrows arched up in surprise. The pain of empathy slowly faded into the distance. Konoe exhaled from deep within his chest and sat up. It really was him. No doubt about it. It was Asato.
Oh.
Why?
Huh?
Interrupting their conversation, Rai pointed the tip of his longsword at Asato. In that blue eye, much paler than Asato's, a cold light flickered.
Who the hell is this? An acquaintance of yours?
Konoe nodded, and Rai narrowed his eyes slightly.
This acquaintance of yours is an idiot who pounces on anyone without even thinking.
Silently angry at that remark, Konoe turned his eyes to Asato. Far from flinching away from Rai's sword, Asato didn't seem to notice it at all. He furrowed his brows as if holding something back and quietly stared at Konoe. Konoe. A husky voice called out his name. Konoe grimaced at the pain in Asato's voice. There seemed to be something odd about Asato. Konoe focused his frantic eyes and looked over him carefully. Asato's chest rose up and down with rough breathing, and one hand was clasped over his opposite shoulder. Asato was bending forward slightly, as if to protect that shoulder.
No!
Something dripped to the ground. From its faintly acrid scent, Konoe knew it was blood. Asuto was injured.
お前怪我してるのか
Are you hurt?
As soon as Konoe had asked him, Asuto seemed to run out of strength, and his large body collapsed to the ground.
No!
ハサト
Masato.
Oh, he looks so sad.
Looks so sad.
He's just a baby.
Give him a kiss.
Give him a kiss. Rushing up to him, Konoe immediately raised him up in his arms. As if to show his anguish, Asuto's brows were knit tight in pain, and his lips were parted thinly to let him take rapid, shallow breaths. Looking to the shoulder Asuto had held earlier, Konoe saw a wound, just as he expected. The exposed skin was torn open, and bright red blood overflowed. It seemed like a fresh wound, but it wasn't Rai who'd injured Asuto. Most likely this is a wound he suffered before he appeared here.
大丈夫か
Are you okay?
Yeah. Konoe took out his water flask from the bag he carried on his back and gently washed the wound on Asuto's shoulder. Then he removed a dry medicinal herb and put it in his mouth, chewing it up before applying it to the wound. It was a medicinal herb often used in Kado. It helped disinfect wounds and curb fevers. When it soaked in, Asuto's face stiffened.
しみるか
Is it seeping in?
大丈夫だ
I'm okay.
助けるつもりか
You intend to help him?
As Konoe's gaze followed that voice, he saw Rai sheathing his sword, watching coldly.
当たり前だろ
Of course.
信用できん捨てておけ
He can't be trusted. Leave him.
一度助けられてるそれに今のは怪我をして殺気立ってただけだ多分追われているか何かで
He helped me once. Besides, he was hurt and probably just felt cornered. He's probably being chased or something.
殺すことに何のためらいもないそういう目をしていたぞ
He won't hesitate to kill. It's in his eyes.
だから
So?
Look at angry.
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 Almost shouting inadvertently, Konoe pressed his lips tight. Instead, he channeled his strength into his eyes, glaring at Rai.
もういいあんたがなんて言ったって俺はこいつを助ける行きたいならあんた一人で行けばいい
Enough. No matter what you say, I'm helping. If you want to leave, you can go by yourself.
Having given his ultimatum, Konoe looked away from Rai and turned to Asuto. He didn't want to know anything more about Togas and Sangas either. Rai could just figure it out himself. In desperation, Konoe was unable to control his anger. Asuto had likely fled here after fighting with Kirin pursuers. He had to be exhausted. Konoe couldn't just leave him like this. Hearing a sigh of disgust behind him, Konoe turned around. He matched eyes with Rai, who looked awfully displeased.
揃いも揃って
Both of you are stupid cats.
While Asuto grimaced in pain, he still bared his fangs at Rai.
朝ともやめろ
Asato, you stop too.
なぜだ
Why?
どうしてって
What do you mean, why?
こいつ敵だろ
This guy is an enemy, right?
Asuto cast a hostile look at Rai. Hostile look to Rai. Her dark blue and light blue eyes clashed. Feeling an explosive edginess gathering in the air, Konoe stared at Asuto and quietly shook his head.
違う敵じゃない
You're wrong. He's not an enemy.
この絵を連れて行こうとしてるんじゃないのか
Wasn't he trying to kidnap you?
No.
違う
No.
Ah, So this was how it looked in Asato's eyes. That was why he attacked Rai? Grasping the flow of the conversation, Rai arched an eyebrow in disdain. What an utterly stupid idiot.
Asato, fight back.
アサトも落ち着け。
Stop that. Asato, you calm down too.
Konoe would normally be glad to have met Asato again after he disappeared, but this was the worst possible scenario. For now, Konoe let Asato sit down and close to their bonfire. Rai crossed his arms and leaned against a tree trunk in his usual manner.
何があったんだ?
What happened?
何か水か食料は?
Do you need some food or water?
I'm fine. Only replying with this, Asato sealed his lips and lowered his head. He didn't seem like he wanted to say anything. While staring at the ground with a sullen look, Konoe suddenly remembered something.
アサトはもう村には帰れないんだよな。
Asato, you can't return to your village anymore.
I was right. He had no other place to go. He was the same as Konoe. Since he had awaited their reunion, Konoe obviously intended to take Asato with him on his journey. The problem was Rai. Judging from his...
Because he's a bitch.
Judging from his reaction just now, he would not be pleased. Seized with heavy feelings, Konoe turned to Rai.
アサトも連れて行くから。
Asato's coming too.
Aww. Just as he thought, the cold look in Rai's eye could freeze the air in an instant.
アサトはもう村には戻れない。俺と同じだ。それに、あんたと互角にやり合えるぐらいの腕がある。
Asato can't go back to his village anymore. He's just like me. And besides, he's strong and he could probably match you in a fight.
I wonder about that. Rai glanced at Asato. Asato scowled and gave a low growl, glaring back at Rai. You. I feel something unpleasant coming from you. What are you? Stupid cats shouldn't speak.
Oh my god, the girls are fighting!
I'll kill you.
Hey.
He put a hand on Asato's chest to keep him from throwing himself at Rai, then turned an accusatory look towards the cat in question. I got it.
Oh, he looks sad.
Angry and sad. Angry, sad.
And sad.
Asato turned to Konoe as if to ask why he had stopped, and Rai just scoffed and turned away. Konoe inadvertently let out a very deep sigh. He felt anxious about the future. His head hurt. Okay, and there is what we're calling it.
Yes. We like got to the forest and I was like, I feel like something's
gonna happen. Yeah, that's fair. All right.
My sweetie.
My sweetie! Okay, then I will go ahead. We saved. Let me double check that. Yes, we saved. All right.
I like Asato.
Oh, good.
I like Rai too, though. I like them both.
I like them both very much. Let's go to our just chatting for a second. There we are.
Oh, goodness.
There we go. I'll turn this down a bit. Okay. How are you feeling?
I feel great.
You feel great?
My phone's about to die. I feel great.
Yeah, mine too. Big stretch. Oh, God. Oh.
I know, I've been shrimping. Oh, my back.
Oh, me too. My bones. Oh. Okay, so I'm so glad because you were like, oh, what about Asato? Where is he? And I was like,
sad.
I was like, don't worry, he'll be back.
I was sad. I wanted to see him.
He'll be back. It's okay. Yeah, he and Rai have the cutest and funniest relationship because Asato is like, you know, Rai is how he is, and then Asato's like, no, Konoe, he's dangerous. I help you. I help you. I help.
And then Konoe is just like, no, he's fine.
It's-
He's just prickly.
Yeah, exactly. He's just like, no, I promise you. He's just bitch.
No, he's
No.
I
But I help. And he gives Konoe the biggest eyes.
He's so sweet.
He's so cute. I love Asato's route is really cute because it's just so much of that where it's him and Konoe, and then he's just like, I think I said this last time where I'm just like, Asato is so much like a little kicked puppy. He's just like, but why? But why? He's so cute. And we got to see Tokino before we left.
Yay!
Your bestie.
I love him. I know, he is. He truly is the love of my life. Why can't I romance him?
No, they had limited options back in the day. Though they did go ham for Takananochi. Because there's
Do we not see the old man?
5.
Was that it?
The old man from the village?
Yeah.
I don't think we see him again.
Fuji-san? Bardo.
Oh, Bardo! I thought you were talking about the old man from Asato's village.
Oh, no, I don't give a shit about that guy.
Yeah, I was just like, why? No, I don't think we see him again. No, I think because Bardo's route is incredibly specific. So
Okay.
I think that's the only time you meet him, unless there's, I think there's a time where we do return back to an inn. We have to, because there's an scene I'm thinking of, but I don't remember if that's somewhere else or if that's in the inn.
And scene?
An scene.
You have to tell me.
I've shown you the CG.
Okay, well, what if I want to see it again?
I'll show you it again.
Let me see it again.
Let me see it. Yeah, but I forget where they are for that to happen. So maybe we come back. I don't remember.
Ooh.
It's been a long time. Okay, that was good. We did good.
Yeah.
We hung in there.
I feel like it was like 6-ish hours. I
Yeah,
feel like
close enough.
I'm thinking about what all we went through, and I'm like, did we really play for 6 hours?
Yeah.
It felt so much shorter.
It feels like so much and not at all.
Yeah. Like, we got to the city. Bam.
Yeah.
We
Bam.
ran into some bad cats.
Bam. We
Went to the shaman.
Bam. We said goodbye to Tokino. Bam.
Bam.
And then we met Asato. Yay!
Oh my god, we also went through everything with Asato's village.
That's true. That was all at the beginning.
Oh my god. Maybe we did do a lot.
We did a lot. Yeah. We did so much and not at all, but so much.
My butt hurts.
Yeah, me too. All right. So if you stuck around for that long, thank you very much. Otherwise, to
Thank you.
all you VOD watchers in the future, thank God this is the one with the least amount of technical difficulties. And it's also when nothing crashed. I'm so proud of her. And then you can fully enjoy the playthrough without too much issues, aside from our one concern where it froze for a second, but she came back.
But everything was fine.
Everything was fine. Everything was good.
I was worried after we took a little bit of a break. I was kind of scared if you left it open for a little bit too
did leave
long
it open.
that it was gonna freeze.
No, it ended
was
up being
fine.
fine. It was all fine. Everything was okay. All right.
It was okay. And
So-
fine and beautiful.
For the future, I'll try to remember to release my schedule on Saturday. But we have next Sunday, we're going to hang out with our dear Aurelia Cassiopeia. And she's gonna, yay! And she's gonna be here. We're gonna talk about some lore and we're gonna chat for a little bit. I love whenever I get to talk to her. She's so nice. She's so lovely.
Me too.
Yeah, the bestie.
I know.
And then I didn't stream yesterday because I had some business and I also had to rest. But I may come back and do that Billy Hatcher stream on Friday, probably. If I do, it probably won't be for long because mostly I just kind of want to hang out, sit, play a GameCube game. I love just hanging out and playing GameCube games. Is my favorite. Yeah. Otherwise, I think that's about it. Oh, spooky month. Oh my god. Okay, so we have a couple things that we're doing going into spooky month. And then Ami will be here in and out occasionally. Yes. And then I'm gonna throw up a few games. I'm still kind of deciding what exactly I want to do. Other than just like on what day. Some of them will be at my at more towards night because I want to just revel in the spooky atmosphere. But we will play, oh shit, what's it called? Homicipher, that's it.
It doesn't come out till November though.
No, but there's a demo.
Oh, okay.
So you can play the demo, and the demo is still like its own beast. So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I saw a sheep talk about it, and
yeah, it was.
It looks interesting.
It looks
I'm probably
so
gonna
cool.
be scared.
So I have others in our group that I'll be playing that, and if they want to join me, they can. I'm not somebody who gets like spooked super easily, so I try to find things that have a really good story on top of like, you know, some scares that they have, because if I feel like I'm not very interesting if I get scared. I just kind of like freeze. But I don't have a lot of big reactions, but we'll find out. Maybe I get spooked.
I'm like, oh.
maybe I'll get spooked this time. But yeah, we're gonna play the demo. And that will probably just be a singular stream. I'm so sad that it comes out in November. It just misses the whole month. But that's fine.
Yeah.
We'll do it for the future. It looks so cool. I'm so excited to play it. And then
I saw like the trailer and I was like, ooh.
Yeah, it looks so
I think
cool.
if I joined you, I would be watching through my fingers.
Yeah, your eyes half closed. You're of course always welcome.
Yeah. I can already tell from the trailer. I like the one, the doctor one. Like strapped to the chair.
I also liked that one. Work is super busy and I missed the stream. I'll have to watch. That's okay. We saw so much of Rye today. It was phenomenal. And please enjoy, all you VOD watchers out there. I am here for you. I am also a chronic VOD watcher.
If I ever catch streams live, it's like
insane. Yeah, there's like no way. I'm also usually like, I'm up at ass AM most of the times, and then my work is very hands-on, and so I don't have a whole lot of time.
One of my Oshis, he used to stream really, really early in the morning, and like that would be when I would be getting up and going to work, and that was the only time I would ever catch live streams.
Yeah. No longer. But that's it for now. All right, so next time I will see you will probably be Friday. But if anything changes, I'll be sure to note on my Twitter. And yeah.
Oh, I don't think you mentioned, but we're putting Lamento on a pause for
yes,
so
that was the other thing.
Games.
Yes, I forgot. Knew I was missing something. Lamento's gonna take a little quick break, just for the month of October, and then we'll be right
back though.
We'll be right back into it in November. I promise. So sorry you have to build up some anticipation, but hey, I mean, it gives some people time to catch up because I think both streams were almost 6 hours, so nearly 12 hours of content. You got time. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and head out for today. Thank you everybody for joining me, and thank you future VOD watchers, and we'll see you guys next time.
Yeah, thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.